Welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody, hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you. And let's party. Big shout out to the replay gang. Thank you so much for coming back to watch this, even though you missed the live party, guys. That is the best part. So make sure you're here every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like you. I did an entire show yesterday just because I felt like it. So hit that subscribe, ring the bell, and you will never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. If you'd like to support the channel, head on over to theindianjesus.com for your very own official merch. We got t-shirts, we got hoodies, all good stuff only at theindianjesus.com. Guys, we do also have a Discord server that is absolutely free to join. We had a live debate last night after the stream. There's 24/7, there's stuff going on in there. It is a great place to meet people, have interesting conversations, and like I said, it is absolutely free to join. However, if you join this channel on YouTube as a member, you can scroll right below the video and hit that join button. There's a few different tiers, but it starts at just $2.99 a month, and that gets you members-only live streams here on YouTube and all that good stuff. But the big thing is that it opens up the full Discord server so that there's extra rooms, including our after party room. So after every Monday, Wednesday, Friday stream, we go over there and we don't have to worry about any YouTube censorship. We don't have to worry about you being stuck behind your keyboard. You are on screen with me and everybody else. Whether you want to come up or not, it is a good time. Come and join us. Shout out to Zippy and Fax. You also can become a member on Rumble. Look at that. Thank you. I always forget about that, but I do very much appreciate you for doing so. So welcome back to another Philosophy Friday. I'm really glad with how these have been turning out. And this is going to be the final stream where we're going through the specific crash course philosophy. Made it through the whole thing. And near the end of the show, we'll talk a little bit more about like what do you want to do with this? Now we have a Philosophy Friday. Do we want to continue getting deeper into this and that and this, or whatever we can do? Whatever we want to do. And I really like having this opportunity to kind of step outside of the religion and politics specifically that's going on today and take more of a global macro look. And here's our co-host, Morty, in the building. We also got Am. Welcome. Always good to see you. So we are going to be covering a bunch of different stuff here, but the amazing thing about coming to the end of this particular Crash Course playlist is that it, it brings everything together. So all of the stuff that we've been talking about kind of in the abstract and just here's an idea. How does that play? How does that work? Now it's all being tied together and specifically talking about how it affects the political issues, which is what we really want to be able to understand. And because this playlist is 8 years old, then it's very interesting how the issues haven't really changed that much. It's just the perception, the media, and just about everything else. So let's do it, guys. As always, if you can hear the video, please do let me know.
For most of you, your parents brought you into this world. They also fed you and changed your diapers and wiped away your tears. They raised you. Yet, according to contemporary American philosopher Jane English, once you're grown, you don't owe your parents anything.
And so that goes with our running poll. Do you owe your parents simply for raising you? Yes or no? Replay gang, let me know in the comments below. Do you owe your parents for simply raising you? Or do you agree with this chick? And
philosopher Jane English. Once you're grown, you don't owe your parents anything. Not.
Hey, we got the mighty Starlock in the building. Welcome. Good to see you as well, sir.
A single thing. Now this might sound a little selfish, a little ungrateful, a little mean, but let's hear her out. Because you've learned by now that many of your default attitudes, the attitudes that you think you have about other beings and your relationships to them, have a hard time standing up to philosophical scrutiny. So let's scrutinize one of the most important relationships you have in your life, the one that you've had the longest and probably the most intimate one you'll ever have. Let's talk about your
And so this brings shout out to Rowdy Rub. Welcome to the party. So this adds a fold into the question. And again, I specifically phrase these things vaguely so that we can cover everybody's experiences. And Rowdy Rub said, I wasn't raised well. I'm not sure they want the credit for that. And so if you didn't have the type of childhood that you would want, is that like, would you blame them, or that's where we're going with this? Your family obligations, and as far as I'm concerned, you guys are all my family. Zippy says, I would say you owe them to help them out if they're not total losers. Help where you can. Red stuff first if you can. Gotcha. Blood stuff. Gotcha. Blood is what do they say? What do they say? Blood is thicker than water, but as I always say, family is thicker than blood.
Folks.
DFGBA.
There are three basic views about the obligations you have to your parents. One is the unconditional view. This is the view that simply by virtue of being your parent, that person is entitled to certain things from you. At a bare minimum, your presence and attention in their lives until one of you dies. By contrast, the conditional view says that you owe your parents based on what they gave you. So really terrible parents might not deserve anything from their grown children, but good parents deserve quite a lot. So your level of obligation is based on the amount of benefit that you received growing up. And finally, there's English's view, known as the friendship view. This says that you don't actually owe your parents anything once you've grown, regardless of how much you benefited from their parenting.
Of course. Not 1 second. Keep it on the screen so I can pause it. So the obligations you have to your parents can come in three different ways. Unconditional is just by simply the fact that they're your parent. End of story. There's the conditional view, which was what Rowdy Ralph was bringing up, that I mean, yeah, you brought me into this world, but maybe you didn't do a great job. And so based on what you gave me, that we're gonna match that energy. And then Jane English, I think her name was. I'm terrible with names, I apologize. But the friendship view, that basically your relationship with your parents, once you're an adult, your relationship with your parents is more or less like any relationship that you would have with a friend. And as long as it's mutually beneficial, then cool. And if not, then deuces.
That you don't actually owe your parents anything once you've grown, regardless of how much you benefited from their parenting. Many of us take it as basic, that we owe our parents a lot, what with all of the feeding and nurturing and driving to soccer games and acting like they enjoyed our macaroni art. But English makes a couple of observations about this assumption. First, she says, if anything, it's the parents who owe their kids. After all,
I think Rowdy and I might disagree with that, but we'll hear him out.
About this assumption. First, she says, if anything, it's the parents who owe their kids. After all, if you choose to have a child, you incur a huge responsibility to raise that child or to give it away to someone who will. So it's basically a contractarian relationship. If you agree to do something, then you have a duty to see it through.
Right, and so he's showing the thing of Hobbes and contractionism, and in that episode we talked about how your word is your bond, basically. That if you agree to do something, then you have a moral obligation to see it through. And if you're a parent, then that comes with that.
Aryan relationship. If you agree to do something, then you have a duty to see it through.
Like have a baby.
Or to extract yourself from the contract. And that is the line of reasoning that leads English to conclude that grown kids don't owe their parents back. Because none of us chose to be born, and you can't have an obligation if you didn't do something to incur that obligation. Now, you might be thinking, fine, if you want to think of family relationships in terms of contracts, then isn't there still an implicit contract between child and parent? If you've reaped the benefits of being raised by good, loving parents, doesn't it mean that you've implicitly accepted the contract and have therefore incurred obligations?
I don't know, because I don't know that. What was the actual question? If you've reaped the benefits of being raised by good, loving parents, doesn't it mean that you're implicitly accepting the contract and therefore have incurred the obligations? I would say no, but only because, again, you don't have an option. Like, you got the benefits, but you didn't choose to you need that stuff, and it's not reasonable to expect a child to be like, well, you bathed me and fed me, but I'm not getting enough to, or I'm getting too many toys, and I don't want to have to later pay for that's not a reasonable expectation of one party of the contract. So I would disagree with this. I would disagree with this. Zippy says, I'm better with Faustian contracts. Fair enough. And said they will always be your parents, whether you like it or not. I think that people often disregard the hardships parents go through trying to provide for their kids. That's a false premise. Which is the false premise? This one on the screen? Because I mean, I as somebody who doesn't, gotcha. Contracts are legal obligations between signatories. Yeah, so that's why I don't this framing of it. I don't like. But yeah, you could still fall on either side. And as somebody who does not have kids, I don't have the experiential. I don't have the experience of raising a kid, so I don't know anything except being the kid. So that's definitely going to color your opinion.
Doesn't it mean that you've implicitly accepted the contract and have therefore incurred obligations? The problem with that is children can't really enter into moral contracts. If as an adult you enter into an agreement with your parents, like you can live at home for free as long as you maintain your grades in college, then you got yourself a contract.
That's a great it's not even an analogy, but just a great example of like, okay, now we can talk about the way that our family interacts is based on an actual contract. But you bringing me into existence and then giving me more food than I needed or more toys than I needed, what do you want me to do about that?
But any benefits incurred while growing up don't count, because back when the relationship started, you were just a baby and you didn't have the rational capacity to be held to a moral contract. And what's more, your parents didn't provide for you with the expectation of a payout. They had
True. That was like you decided to do a thing. Like it just by virtue of the thing that you chose, there's consciousness within me. But if you had chose to buy a car instead of have a child, then you would still you wouldn't expect the car to owe you anything. That's a great point.
And what's more, your parents didn't provide for you with the expectation of a payout. They had you, or they kept you, or adopted you because they wanted you, and they gave to you because they wanted to. Good parents give unconditionally, so no matter how much you receive from them, you simply don't incur debt, because that's not how family works.
Yeah, I like that. No matter how much good parents give unconditionally. So no matter how much you receive from them, you simply don't incur debt, because that's not how family works. I think that is, some might say, well, that's special pleading. But I think specifically because we are talking about a family, which is different than anything else, then there's going to be different rules around what is a family, how does a family work, than just general interacting with other people. I think that's fair.
Receive from them, you simply don't incur debt, because that's not how family works. Now, to be clear, English isn't giving us a pass to freeload off our parents. She thinks that if you have a good relationship with your parents, you'll probably want to help them out when you can, but that's not an obligation. Instead, she says, the appropriate model is friendship. Friends don't keep score, they help each other out of love.
That's so funny. I was just watching the How I Met Your Mother episode where they talked about keeping score in a relationship just last night.
The appropriate model is friendship. Friends don't keep score, they help each other out of love. And in loving relationships, no one's keeping a hidden tally of who helped last and who's due to help next.
Yeah, in a healthy relationship, there's definitely keeping tabs, but not in the healthy ones. Unless you're really, really good at it. And, maybe like, hey, to each their own. But I think generally that's not how we want things to work. Mighty Starlock says Muslims think the opposite. I think they expect their children to take care of them when they get old. Yeah, that's also a very Asian mentality that like, I gave you this life and I provided you for you. Therefore, you owe me this. And that's exactly what we're putting under scrutiny. And said, I think that this could actually be a question of rights versus abilities. Do you have a right to create a life, or is it just an ability? Well, first, they're not mutually exclusive, so it could be both. And it's definitely an ability. And so a right is something that we would say it's something that cannot be infringed upon. I mean, it's not a what I forget the determination, but it's not like there's anywhere that's written that you have the right to procreate. But I think that we don't need that because that's the only way that humanity can survive is procreation. So interesting question though. Yeah, interesting question. Zibby says, get old people off social aid and back in their kids' homes. Good.
You don't have to keep.
I mean, I see how that would be good for community, but just again, top-down solutions like that, all that's going to do is create more familial conflict. You can't force that. That has to be part of culture. That has to be brought up organically. Like that would be good, but again, we can't just send them back to their kids. Not gonna go.
One's keeping a hidden tally of who helped last and who's due to help next. You don't have to keep score. You give simply because you want to, out of love. So English argues that once you're an adult, your relationship with your parents should model that of friendship. And the thing about friends is, if the love isn't there, the friendship dissolves. You have no underlying obligation to remain friends with someone. And likewise, if you had bad parents or if you simply don't care about them once you're an adult, you have no obligation to give them anything, including your time.
And so, to take that, like, obviously, I've talked kind of vaguely, but I've talked a lot about how me and my mom don't really get along that well. And then me and Papa Lutch didn't get along for a long time. And then over the last decade or so, we've really built a much stronger relationship. But if you take it out of just your parents and we just say family in general, and you might think the same thing, parents and siblings, you might put it. So let's say extended family. Then again, I think that this friendship model, I don't know if I like the phrasing of it, but the idea is definitely there because there's so many people who are related to me that share my blood, but have not done anything to earn, in my opinion, my time, my attention, my emotional ties that I like. Why? And that's exactly why we want to have these types of conversations, because we all internalize that family is so important. As family is this, and I'm not saying it's not, but where does that break down? Where does it break down? Shout out to Damaris. Welcome to the party, sir. Good to see you. And said it shouldn't though. It's the cycle of life. We've just become very selfish and busy due to all us being the equivalent of slaves to debt. But that's not the point of this stream, just saying. Fair? Yeah, I think, I mean, again, this is a very interesting question. I'm not really sure, like, I'm not really sure where you're coming from. Maybe that would like, why you, like, what kind of answer are you looking for as to, like, what if it was a right versus what if it was an ability? How does that change things? But it's definitely an interesting question. Definitely an interesting question.
You didn't incur a debt by being raised, she says. So just like with friendship, you can choose not to maintain a relationship with your parents. It's up to you. Now, this attitude might seem scandalous to some people.
Scandalous?
Isn't blood thicker than water? Well, many philosophers...
Maybe, but again, family is thicker than blood. So he says, when you make stuff artificial via social aid, you invent a new criminal class. Drinks black-pilled vodka. Indeed. You said
attitude might seem scandalous to some people. I mean, isn't blood thicker than water? Well, many philosophers challenge the idea that you have special obligations to someone just because you share some genetic material with them. By that logic, a person who was adopted at birth would have obligations to biological relatives that they've never met, and they wouldn't have any obligations to the family that raised them.
Well, clearly that doesn't make any sense. That if you were adopted at birth, then because these people over here birthed you, but these people raised you, then the unconditional thing doesn't that doesn't make sense there. Now the conditional thing, like, okay, well, my my biological parents and relatives, but we'll stick with parents. My biological parents did give me this thing called life that we do see as a net benefit, but the obviously the adoptive parents put in all the work, so it cannot be the unconditional unless you are establishing that you can have that level of unconditional parental love for two different sets of people or multiple sets of people. And maybe you can. Again, I don't know. I've only ever had one set of parents. But that is the argument that you're making if you say this. So Anne said, cycle of life equals we used to care for our elders like they cared for us during adolescence. That's what I was relating it to. Yeah, I agree with you, and that's why when Zippy is saying get people off social aid and back in their kids' homes, like that would be a good thing for kids to choose to do. But if we want that, then there's so much about the culture of what we think about what our time should be spent on. How much do we owe our family? And if we don't owe our family automatically, then we do have to do the work to build those friendship relationships with our family. And so again, it comes back to the cultural cultural issue. And yeah, you're spot on. You're spot on. It used to be common, and maybe even not so much in America, but definitely in other cultures. It would be unthinkable to have something that would be akin to like a nursing home, you know? Yeah, family and communities of your elders, not the Cuomo public and private beast. No, thank you.
And I think most of us can agree that that doesn't make any sense. We tend to think of adopted families as being no less familial than biological families. So if you think families are built through love and not blood, then it follows that families lacking in love can't make moral demands on its members because they simply don't have the standing.
Yeah, I think so. If you think families are built through love and not blood, which I do, then it follows that families lacking in love can't make moral demands. So if just because you have my blood, if you haven't given me the love, then you can't make moral demands that, how can you not say hi to me on my birthday? How can you not go? Because there's no standing. You don't have any standing for any other reason why I would go to this stranger down the street. Why I would go to their buddy or whatever. Am says adoptive parents put in the work as a replacement for biological parents. Like the biological parents tapped out and adoptive parents tapped in. Yeah, and I mean, I'm sure that could come off a little bit brash, but again, when you boil it down, that is exactly what is happening. And there may be good reasons or bad reasons for the biological parents to tap out. But either way, the adoptive parents were definitely tapped in.
Lacking in love can't make moral demands on its members because they simply don't have the standing. While we're talking about parents here, let's stop by the thought bubble for some flash philosophy.
Oh, guys, we only have 3 thought bubbles left. Oh my goodness, what are we going to do?
We don't have the standing. While we're talking about parents here, let's stop by the thought bubble for some flash philosophy. Before you're trusted to do something that has the potential to cause harm, you have to demonstrate that you can handle it.
Fair enough. This thing is dangerous. Before you're trusted to handle it, you got to make sure that you can handle it. Okay, fair.
In most societies, this is done through licensing. Driver's licenses, hunting licenses, wedding licenses. Heck, barbers even need to be certified before they can cut your hair.
I mean, technically, but some dudes, they know how to give the fade just because they got the hands like that.
So contemporary American philosopher Hugh LaFollette thinks that there's another group of people who should be licensed. Parents. That's right. LaFollette thinks potential parents should be required to apply for and obtain a license before being permitted to reproduce.
Whoa. Put a 1 in the chat if you are for, because I want to keep this poll up for now. Put a 1 in the chat if you are for the parenting application. You cannot procreate until you get a parenting application and you get a license. Put a 1 in the chat if you are for it, or put a 2 if you're like, oh, hell no.
To apply for and obtain a license before being permitted to reproduce. This sounds kind of ridiculous, right? But think about it. Most activities that require competence to do well and that can cause harm if done badly are regulated by society.
Sure.
There's no question that parenting isn't easy, and you can really mess up a kid if you do it badly. But right now, we wait until a parent has abused or neglected a child before the state intervenes.
Okay, so we'll let this finish and then we'll come back to it.
So LaFollette asks, Wouldn't it be better if we took preventative measures instead? After all, adoptive parents undergo heavy scrutiny before they get to have kids. So just like driving a car in La Follette's plan, you'd have to pass a test before you could get a parenting license. There'd be classes for those who need it, and you can always reapply. But if you can't demonstrate a basic ability to raise a child, then you just don't get to have one. What do you think? Would society be better or worse if you needed a license to raise children?
All right, so that is quite a scenario where you would have to, just like the DMV, you'd have to go through a test and renew your license and all this stuff to have a kid. So let's go back through all of these points. And I mean, obviously this would not work. Obviously this would not work. And even if it would, I wouldn't want to do it. But let's go all the way back through the thing and ask why. So, we're starting with most activities that require competence to do well can cause harm and if done badly are regulated by society. This goes back to where I think because family is so different than every other, or having a family is so different than every other activity, that it's okay for us to have special pleading. That in general, yes, things that require competence to do well, we want to regulate. But that's not this. This is a bodily function. Okay, so let's go.
To do well, and that can cause harm if done badly, are regulated by society. There's no question that parenting isn't easy, and you can really mess up a kid if you do it badly. But right now, we wait until a parent has abused or neglected a child before the state intervenes.
And so right now, we wait until a parent has abused or neglected a child before the state intervenes. So you mean like every other law in existence? We don't preemptively arrest people for robbing a bank. We don't preemptively arrest somebody because they were gone. This is literally a movie called Minority Report with what's his name? Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise. Good movie. Zippy says proactive law, like more proactive law will kill more people. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. So I mean, well, that again begs the question. All right. Well, then what happens if I don't get a license and I get a girl pregnant? Am I gonna get arrested for that? What are you gonna do with the baby? Like, I think it's okay to say yes for most things in society. You need a license and da 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 da. We can even strip away the aspect of background checks and all that stuff if you want, and say that because the Second Amendment is absolute, then that's special pleading, but we have a reason for it. Similarly, because it's a bodily function, it doesn't make sense to preempt it, do pre-crime and all of that stuff. Then we have to wait until somebody does wrong before we punish them for doing something wrong.
So La Follette asks, wouldn't it be better if we took preventative measures instead?
And then that raises the question of like, okay, what are the preventative measures? Is it just not allowing people to have children? Because then it brings us back to it's a bodily function. So now are we sterilizing people because we have, and by what means? What would you have to do in order for the government to tell you, no, we are going to sterilize you, even though you have no children and you haven't broken any laws? We're not only now not allowing you to have a child, but we're sterilizing you because we have to enforce that. Sounds freaky, and not in the I was gonna say sounds freaky, but not in the Diddy way. But I don't know if the Diddy way is just freaky. Is freaky. Yeah, I mean, where can we? Then there's no room for that. There's no room for the understanding of freedom, the understanding of government, and our understanding of just bodily functions that we could take preventative measures. Shout out to Brandon Murphy. Welcome to the party. Said our government is going too far, becoming tyrannical hypocrites. Bingo. Yep. And so again, if we're saying like maybe it could go as far as, oh, well, anybody who votes for Trump is not, not worthy of having a kid. Like, who decides that? Mass Effect, Krogan mutagen sterilization. I'm just reading the words. I don't know what you're telling me. I'm just reading those words.
After all, adoptive parents undergo heavy scrutiny before they get to have kids.
Yeah, because you're getting somebody else's kid.
So just like driving a car in Los
Oh, but driving a car is not a bodily function.
Let's plan, you'd have to pass a test before you could get a parenting license. There'd be classes for those who need it, and you can always reapply. But if you can't demonstrate a basic ability to raise a child, then you just don't get to have one.
No kids for you, says the government. I mean, I'm sure there are some people who would be in favor of this, but and I'm sure I don't think it would be a left-right thing. I think there's a lot of people who are like GOP Republicans who have no issue with government regulation. These are not the small government conservative types. And they were like, yeah, our family values are more important than anything else. So we can't have these, deadbeat dads and da, 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 da. And I mean, I get where they're coming from, but this is why we take it out of the real context and we put it into the philosophical context, because then we take the emotions out of it.
What do you think? Would society be better or worse if you needed a license to raise children? Does everyone have the right to be a parent, or should you have to demonstrate that you're up to the task before you're allowed to bring a new human being into the world?
So again, that brings up a similar question as what Amb was saying, that if it is if it's just an ability, or if it's just an ability, then that means that if it's not a right, then the government legally can come in and say you can't do this. It's not your right to have a child. I personally disagree. I don't think because if I'm trying to take it out of specifically pregnancy, I don't think you could make it illegal for you to like, let's say let's say Taco Bell gives you the runs. They can't make it illegal to have the runs if it's legal to eat Taco Bell. Boom. Boom. Am said, might as well re-enter eugenics. That's the path it leads to. Yep. Zippy says in Mass Effect Universe. What is Mass Effect Universe? Is this a show or something?
Thanks, Thought Bubble. Now, here's yet another perspective on the philosophy of family obligations. Contemporary American philosopher Claudia Mills argues that there's something truly special about what you have with your family. Your family members are the only people in your life that are permanent and unchosen, she says. And because...
see, this is... I wish there was more of you here to hear this. But as an atheist who does not believe in God or religion, your family members are the only people in your life that are permanent and unchosen. Disagree. Unless we want to extend that to my definition of family, and that blood is not a relevant factor. Because, again, Akon was my family, and I chose him. That is how it works in my life. So already I have a little bit of disagreement. But, if we stick with just the blood relatives, we'll go with
family members are the only people in your life that are permanent and unchosen, she says. And because of that, there's value in maintaining a connection with them. Mills points out that we live in a world where we're constantly changing. Most of us will have many different jobs and live in lots of different places and go through a great many friends, maybe even a couple of spouses. But there will come a time when there are very few people left in your life who have known you since the beginning. Mills
and I did not expect it to be when I was 34.
Thinks that your family allows you to stay connected to the person you once were before all those changes happened.
What if I don't want to be the person I once was? I was a shitty person. I was a scared, angry, confused child. Then I grew up a little more and became an angry atheist. And then I got into drugs. And now I'm good. And even relating to my family, it's not like things were good at some point and now they're not bad. So, I mean, yes, I want to be young because of the notions of, childhood and freedom that doesn't, that goes away rather with adulthood. But there's a lot being assumed. So I guess we can say that I think his name's Hank had a good family, because there's just not enough other siding this. You're smuggling in a lot. Am said, but it is true. You didn't choose them, and they will always be blood. How you choose to treat that individual is an individual choice based on variables on your way to adulthood. And so the only thing that I'm nitpicking is that again, if you allow my definition of family is those are chosen to be the closest people, then that specifically, even though you're choosing those people, I never in the strain of us not having free will, I didn't get to choose to meet Akon. I didn't get to choose to go to the same college as him. I didn't choose to not even really talk to him and more than just kind of pass each other by freshman year while he's still on the diving team. And then none of those things did I choose. So if that's the definition, then sure. But outside of the fact that you can't choose somebody because it's either blood or not blood, I disagree with that. I disagree. But that's my personal kind of spiritual woo-woo kind of thinking. So even though I'm an atheist, doesn't mean that I don't have broader ideas of what's bigger than myself. Zippy says, knowing the person you once were helps you grow into something better. Reflection is on the path of enlightenment. Bingo. Very, very true. I just don't want to go back. I just don't want to go back. That's it.
Family allows you to stay connected to the person you once were before all those changes happened. And even if you aren't really that person anymore, that connection can be grounding and valuable. So go ahead, call your brother on his birthday. Remind him of the time he tried to dry his socks in a frying pan. In addition to getting a good laugh out of it, your brother might appreciate reconnecting with his roots. Now, you might have noticed this is the first time our discussion of ethics has focused on personal individual connections, on feelings of love rather than on impartiality. This is a characteristic of a school of moral thought known as the ethics of care. Contrary to most of the theories we've studied, this view says that morality demands that we pay attention to special relationships we have in our lives.
Okay, so if we're using the phrase already, special relationships, then does that not open the door for special pleading? That we treat family differently because it's a special type of relationship. It's not a friendship. It's not a romantic relationship. It's a familial relationship. And because that is different than all those things, then the rules and norms and parameters of what that is can be unique. I think that is totally, totally fair. Guys, can I ask you a huge favor? And please just share this video. Plaster the link wherever you can, even if you don't think anybody's going to click on it. When YouTube sees that you've hit that share, or YouTube sees this link out on the internet, and they are like, oh, people are wanting to share this. So let's get this party raging. If you've not already hit the like button, that really, really helps as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
The ethics of care says that morality goes wrong when we emphasize impartiality because it's our most caring relationships that make our lives worthwhile.
The ethics of care says morality goes wrong when we emphasize impartiality because it's our most caring relationships that make our lives worthwhile. Okay. That don't seem to be mutually exclusive. Or not mutually exclusive, but I'm sure I'm gonna explain it. But why does morality go wrong when we emphasize impartiality if we can simultaneously understand the value of the important relationships?
Emphasize impartiality because it's our most caring relationships that make our lives worthwhile. And we want our friends and family to care more for us than they do for strangers, right? So ethicists of care often reason that even though we might have a general love for humanity itself, you just can't beat the unconditional, I would literally die for you love that we only have for the people we know best, the ones with whom we share an intimacy that we simply can't feel with strangers. What could the harm be in that? Well, many ethicists worry that showing preference for the people that you happen to like opens up the door for prejudice.
Are we really going, is this really going to racism? Is this really going to, well, if you treat your family better, that's racist. I'm hoping that that's not where this is going. But apparently, showing preference for the people that you happen to like opens up the door for prejudice. Well, as I'm saying that, as I'm thinking about it, you're goddamn right. You're goddamn right. I'm going to be prejudiced towards the people that I like and against the people that I don't. Maybe not to a problematic degree, but yeah, I'm going to be prejudicial about who is allowed in my home. I'm going to be prejudicial about who has my phone number. I don't see the issue.
Whom we share an intimacy that we simply can't feel with strangers. What could the harm be in that? Well, many ethicists worry that showing preference for the people that you happen to like opens up the door for prejudice, because it's easy to be kind to people you like. You don't need morality to tell you that. The hard part...
Right, but even though it's easier to be nice to the people that I like, that doesn't inherently mean that I'm going to be less nice to the people who I don't like. It just means if I did, it wouldn't be wrong.
Is being kind to people you don't like, or who are different from you, or who you simply don't know or understand very well.
Yeah, I do. I still put my family and the people that I love above the average person. This is a frustratingly off base, I think.
It would be great if everyone had a support network of people who love them, so we'd just all take care of our own loved ones and life would be perfect. The problem is there are a lot of people who aren't lucky enough to have support networks of care. And there are others who have people who care about them, but their loved ones lack the resources to actually provide for them.
So because your parents didn't love you and your parents did love you, but didn't have enough money, then I am bad because I give more affinity to my dad than strangers?
What? There are others who have people who care about them, but their loved ones lack the resources to actually provide for them. If we rely on ethics of care, it looks like those people will get neglected. So we're going to talk about this next time when we discuss poverty and the moral obligations we have to strangers in need. But today we talked about moral obligations to family. We considered the possibility of licensing parents, and we talked about the ethics of care and some potential problems.
Where the hell is everyone? There's I don't know if it's Zippy or one of you. There's only one person here. But all right, well, moving on to poverty and our response. Like I said, this is where it's coming down to more of the political issues. But because it's 7 years ago, it's very interesting to see how that works out. So poverty and our response. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Uh-oh. Struggle streaming. Struggle stream.
UNICEF estimates that 12 children who live in extreme poverty die every minute of every day.
Damn. 12 kids a minute. Those are rookie numbers. Joke.
They die because they don't have access to clean water. They die because they don't have enough to eat. They die of malaria or of intestinal worms, something we don't even let our pets suffer from. It's a horrifying truth, and what's maybe even more horrifying is that these deaths are easily preventable. For $3, a child could get a mosquito net for her bed that would protect her from malaria.
Or you could become a member of the Indian Jesus membership.
Cure her of intestinal worms, a dose of medicine costs less than 50 cents. As for food, you could probably feed her with the loose change in your pocket. We have this money. I definitely have it. You probably do. So why are all of these children dying?
You can already see this is moving in the direction of redistribution.
The United States is an affluent country. We have enough money to easily stop world poverty. Just end it. But why should we? Why should I give any of my hard-earned money to strangers I will never meet? What entitles them to a portion of what I have? Thinking about world poverty and whether we have an obligation to do something to stop it really comes down to questions of obligation. Most of us don't know anyone who's living in extreme, life-threatening poverty.
Despite what they'll tell you on MSNBC, it's actually very rare.
The victims of that kind of poverty aren't our family or our friends. So according to ethics of care, as we discussed last time, we have no real obligation to those people. Or if we do, it's much, much less than the obligation we have to those who are near and dear to us. So many people argue that we simply don't have any obligation to help strangers in need. We didn't make them poor and we never agreed to help them. So if we do choose to help, that's great, but such actions are supererogatory.
Based.
They go above and beyond the call of moral duty.
I mean, yeah, I don't know how you could disagree with that. And I know that a lot of people do. That, oh, there's so much money, and we'll sit and listen to Hassan talking all day about this, that, and the other from his mansion that he's not redistributing, and still think that everybody should go above and beyond the call of moral duty.
In this view, giving money to charity is like getting moral extra credit. If you do it, you can go ahead and pat yourself on the back, but if you don't, you have no reason to feel bad about it.
I think that's fair, especially if you factor in what your actual financial situation is like. Then having the having the sorry, I lost my thought. I completely lost what I was saying. What the hell did you say? Give me extra credit. I completely lost my train of thought.
Contemporary Australian philosopher Peter Singer thinks differently, however. To see how, let's head over to the thought bubble for some flash philosophy.
Bubble!
Singer offers a thought experiment that has seen many variations over the years, but a basic version goes like this. Imagine you're walking to class feeling pretty good about how great you look in your brand new $200 shoes, and soon you pass by a shallow pond. Suddenly, you notice a small child flailing in the water. No one else is around, the pond is shallow, but the child has lost her footing and she can't get her head above water.
A little bit about this exact situation, that if you see a child drowning, then is it your responsibility to go and try to save them? But this adds another factor. You got some brand new kicks. I think 200 bucks. Well, I mean, these days I don't think that's much for shoes. I'm not a sneakerhead, but still, that's a nice chunk of change.
Is around. The pond is shallow, but the child has lost her footing and she can't get her head above water. As you watch the flailing stops, you realize there's very little time. You could easily wade into the water and pull her to safety, but if you take the time to remove your shoes, it'll be too late. You know the muddy water will ruin your new purchase. So what do? Singer's pretty sure that
yeah, okay. So Singer's pretty sure we would all give the same answer. I would hope that most of us would say, fuck these shoes, and let's go save that child. I'm a little worried about you if you feel differently, but let's see where this goes.
It'll be too late. You know the muddy water will ruin your new purchase. So what do? Singer's pretty sure that we'd all give the same answer. Shoes are replaceable. That child's life is not. So none of us would think twice about running in to save her. But what exactly would be wrong if you decided not to save the child?
See, this is why I love philosophy, because of course, we're all saying, yes, I would save the child regardless. But why? And what if you didn't? Not saying you would or would not do that, just what if?
Singer says it comes down to costs and benefits. The cost of your shoes is so low compared to the value of the child's life that it would be appalling not to make that sacrifice, to value shoes over a person's life. But here's the thing. We know children are dying right now, 12 every minute, and yet we do nothing. So what's the difference, Singer asks, between a life in front of us and a life halfway around the world?
That's where it's going. So the obvious situation is that, yes, if you're walking by a kid that's drowning and they're going to die without your intervention, how is that any different than the starving kids in Africa? How is that any different? Because if you don't do anything, that kid's going to die. Put a one in the chat if you donate to UNICEF. I don't.
Difference, Singer asks, between a life in front of us and a life halfway around the world. A life is a life, and both the child in the pond and a child dying of malaria are equally innocent. If we do wrong in failing to save the child in the pond, Singer argues we do equally wrong in failing to save some of those children who we know are dying right now.
It's hard to disagree with that. It's hard to disagree, even though, like, I'm not, going to jump at the opportunity to go in every charity that could possibly benefit children. I can't afford that. So why is it okay to not donate? As we were talking, about the charities like Moral Extra Credit. Why is it not just extra credit to save the child? I want to argue because of the proximity that nobody else can do it. There's definitely that has to be a factor. But I don't know. That's a tough one. Hey, look who we got. Our boy Guam Tech. Welcome to the party, back from vacation. Hope you are doing all right. Hope you are rested, and welcome to the party. This is the final Philosophy Friday. Well, not the final Philosophy Friday, but the final crash course philosophy aspect of Philosophy Fridays. And so we've been getting into family values and what do you owe your family or what do they owe you. And now we are talking about poverty and our response. So I want to back this up because I want you to be able to see the full thought bubble.
For some flash philosophy. Singer offers a thought experiment that has seen many variations over the years, but a basic version goes like this. Imagine you're walking to class feeling pretty good about how great you look in your brand new $200 shoes, and soon you pass by a shallow pond. Suddenly, you notice a small child flailing in the water. No one else is around. The pond is shallow, but the child has lost her footing and she can't get her head above water.
So notice, again, they added in, no one else is around. I think that's the key. That's the key right there. If nobody else is around, then there is a moral obligation. But why? I don't have the answer, guys. I don't have the answer, but we are gonna continue. So Am says because you can't save everyone all the time. Very fair. That's why you expect others to act similarly. You can only do what is within your power, and giving money to an organization doesn't feel the same.
Bingo.
Well said. I mean, dilly to that. Because I'm sitting here racking my brain at why is it different? It clearly is different, but why? And number one, you can't do everything, but this is something that you can do. And then giving money to an organization is not as direct. So if we go back to they were talking about the value of the shoes versus the value of the life. Then a donation to whatever, that's not going to have the same value as jumping into the pond to save the girl. I think that's the key there. Guantex said, always good to come back to some brain food and take. I had too much takeout and junk food while we were in the mountains. Well, I'm glad you're back, but I hope you enjoyed yourself, buddy. Dilly to you. Always good to see you in the chat. Oh, all right, let's keep it moving.
This is around the pond.
See again, even in the subtitles, you sometimes will have 3 lines, but with this
pond. Suddenly, you notice a small child flailing in the water. No one else
is around. Maybe it's just the timing, or maybe that's an important factor.
Is around. The pond is shallow, but the child has lost her footing and she can't get her head above water.
So, and I definitely agree with this, but is it this is raising the question that do we only do good things because of the results we get? And of course, in this situation where you're losing your brand new shoes, but you're saving somebody's life, then you do get to see the results of your effort. But what if you didn't? What if you could affect somebody on the other side of the world in the exact same way, and you didn't know for sure, but there was a way that you could, okay, I'm going to, maybe something like you're specifically sponsoring a child and assuming that is, as legit as a regular charity could be, where you donate $100 and maybe 30 of it goes to the actual kid and the rest goes to administrative costs and stuff. I think the value of that is still higher than the shoes, but still lower than jumping in and saving somebody's life. I think we're getting somewhere.
Is around. The pond is shallow, but the child has lost her footing and she can't get her head above water. As you watch the flailing stops, you realize there's very little time. You could easily wade into the water and pull her to safety, but if you take the time to remove your shoes, it'll be too late. You know the muddy water will ruin your new purchase. So what do? Singer's pretty sure that we'd all give the same answer. Shoes are replaceable. That child's life is not. So none of us would think twice about running in to save her.
Pretty simple, right? But
what exactly would be wrong if you decided not to save the child? Singer says it comes down to costs and benefits.
So this is what, again, saying that, we have the cost of the shoes and the benefit of saving somebody's life, that maybe the cost of donating to a charity has a similar cost, but a much lower benefit. I think. And as you said, the assumption being if we can't save everyone and we can't do everything, if we can just do what's in our power and everybody else does what's in their power, then we don't need to be worried about everybody across the world as much, because the people across the world are worrying about the people across the world. It's almost like an argument for isolationism and not playing the world police. And said, no, but positive reinforcement of effort and success increases a person's likelihood to continue choosing selfless acts moving forward. It becomes conceptual. It becomes conceptual the further away it is, not reality. Yeah, conceptually. And so that's why so with that understanding, we should be like in the same way where we're saying, if I saw a girl drowning in the pond, doesn't matter what I'm wearing, I'm gonna go save her. Why then don't we have that same exact thing with the kids across the world? And if we're saying it's only because of the way we perceive it, then again, is it about what we are doing, or is it what is morally correct? Wild. I mean, his is $200, but we're for inflation probably about that much. $200 7 years ago is probably close to 2,000. Jokes.
The cost of your shoes is so low compared to the value of the child's life that it would be appalling not to make that sacrifice, to value shoes over a person's life. But here's the thing. We know children are dying right now, 12 every minute, and yet we do nothing. So what's the difference, Singer asks, between a life in front of us and a life halfway around the world?
So that's what you missed so far from this one, Guam Tech. And I really am having a hard time with this. I'm having a hard time giving a clear answer. And the idea here is not to have a clear answer. The idea here is to be thinking in this way, so that when something probably lower stakes, but more likely actually occurs in your life, you are ready to think about these things in that way. Your brain already has these neural pathways of, oh, well, if this happens, then here are my options and this, that, da, 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 da. And you can be better at making those decisions and hopefully be reinforced by that and make more positive decisions in the future. So we said, be thy brother's keeper or help a brother out. I do not think they are the same. Yeah, I mean, help and keeper, not the same. Not the same. Being a keeper is a little bit higher level. Guys, again, if you could do me a huge favor, hit that like button. That would be amazing. Thank you. Answer for me, I know it happens around the world, but if I'm confronted with a child in front of me versus a child that's not, I'll choose the child in front of me. It's relatable and verifiable. Okay, but again, this goes back to your feelings. The focus should be the child that is dying. And if we are specifically trying to do that, okay, let's take yes, I understand this. I agree with you. I am in this position. But the fact of the matter is we have to have a reason why it is okay for us to feel this way when the results are not the same. The result is the children are dying. In the same way that girl in the pond would die if you don't jump in her and save her, the kids in Africa or whatever will die if you don't donate to this, that, and whatever. Even though it's not as relatable, even though it's not verifiable, that doesn't change the fact of the matter that 12 kids die a minute. So why is it okay for us to feel more okay with it? That's the question. Why is it okay to say, because it's more relatable and verifiable, and I think verifiable has a little bit stronger of a claim, but why is the relatability to me, how I feel about this child dying versus that, why does that affect the morality of how whether or not I should try to save them? Zippy said, missionaries, how much do the preacher make again? Enough for 3 homes? Yup. And said, it's not the act of helping children far away. It's the adults and steward the good deeds on your behalf. I expect those in that region to hold similar views, and if not, it's unfortunate. Yeah, and so this is, but we can have that expectation, but we know that it is unfortunate because they don't hold the same views. And so knowing that they don't hold the same views, why do the children, because they're far away, are less deserving of your help? I'm not saying I'm not saying they are. I'm trying to tease out why it is okay for us to have the position that there's a child right in front of me. Obviously, I'm going to save it. But if there's a child across the world, then it's not a moral failing for me not to make sure that that child and that child and that child is alive. He said, being a keeper is a busybody Karen, i.e. a white liberal woman. Changed my mind. I don't really know what, I mean, outside of the movie, My Brother's Keeper, I don't really know what that refers to, unless it's like a medical thing.
Difference, Singer asks, between a life in front of us and a life halfway around the world. A life is a life, and both the child in the pond and a child dying of malaria are equally innocent. If we do wrong in failing to save the child in the pond, Singer argues we do equally wrong in failing to save some of those children who we know are dying right now.
Well, again, I think the biggest reason why I disagree with that is because no one else is around. No one else is around the pond. But as keeps referring to that, well, hey, if we have this mentality of, yes, of course I would jump into the pond to save a drowning girl, then all we can do is live that value and hope that other people can do that as well, because we literally can't jump in the pond in Africa. You know? Quantek said, wouldn't morality have to work both ways? As in, it would be moral to help children around the world, but you wouldn't be able to moral yourself. You wouldn't be able. You wouldn't be. Try one more time there. Wouldn't morality have to work both ways? So yes, morality would have to. It would be moral to help children around the world, but you wouldn't be. Yeah. What's the end of that sentence?
We do equally wrong in failing to save some of those children who we know are dying right now. Thanks, Thought Bubble.
Fucking Bible.
Singer argued.
Okay, so wouldn't it work both ways? And it would be moral to help children around the world, but you wouldn't be able to be moral to yourself? Still not making sense. You wouldn't be able to you wouldn't be able to moral to yourself. That doesn't make sense. And I'm trying to figure out what you mean about being moral to yourself. Like either like so if we have a moral obligation to jump in the pond to save the girl, then I'm being moral, or I'm satisfying a moral obligation by doing that. If I'm not, then I am being immoral because it is a moral obligation, and I failed to meet that moral obligation. So what's the part about yourself? What if you can elaborate a little bit more on that?
Failing to save some of those children who we know are dying right now. Thanks, Thought Bubble. Singer argues that if you can prevent great harm at a little cost to yourself, you should do it. And when you look at it like that, it's hard to disagree with him. But his thought experiment points out some huge inconsistencies in our moral thinking. Most of us don't feel the weight of obligation to help dying children we can't see. But at the same time, we think we would have an obligation to help a dying child right in front of us.
Right. So that's where we're at. Why is this okay? Why is this okay? Because most people, as it says, most of us would feel exactly the same way. Am said, I don't feel responsible for every child but my own, but I will risk my own life for someone else's if confronted with it and have a little time to contemplate. Okay. So maybe it's a matter of, hey, listen, there are ways to help dying children across the world. We just have to actually sit down and think about it and put it into motion. Whereas that's not the case with a drowning girl. Like, there's nobody else around. She's going to die if you don't jump in. I think that again, we're getting closer. We're getting closer. You're hitting on the right buttons. Yeah. So, okay, actually answer my question. You have to make a moral decision, not just act morally. Yeah, So the context is not that this is more going back to like what Jordan Peterson says about being moral, that you have to have the ability to do wrong and choose not to. And so I think you're talking about the decision. I would just think of it as a moral decision is deciding to act morally. I would say those are the same thing. Being moral and choosing to act morally. I wouldn't say those are different things. I would say those are the same things. Am says time is the commodity and creates a sense of urgency. Bingo. We got it. We got it. Now we don't have to donate to these fucking starving kids. Let's go. Speaking of starving kids, if you'd like to help out me or my dog, we are starving.
What does it matter whether we can see the child or not? Some people argue the difference is that in the thought experiment, there's no one else around. You're the only one who can help, so you...
I told you. What did I tell you? Didn't I tell you? 'Cause I told
From the very beginning, I was like, they are highlighting that for a reason. There's no one else around. When it comes to starving children, there's not one singular person who can solve that or not solve that. It's a much more communal effort.
The difference is that in the thought experiment, there's no one else around. You're the only one who can help, so you must. But what if there were many people standing around the pond, but no one else was willing to save the child?
So, I mean, given that we all have said that if there was nobody around, we would be willing to dive in and whatever. I definitely, as somebody who is not tall, as somebody who's not super strong, I would definitely want to use as much available time. Like, yo, you're tall, you're a good swimmer. Anybody? But if nobody else would, then I would like to think that I would. But I don't really see how that. I don't think that changes the morality, because again, I'm not thinking about like, oh, I want to get credit for this. No, I want the girl to be saved. So if somebody's better at that, like, let's say I'm taking off my shoes, ready to dive in. And this guy's like, oh, I'm a beach lifeguard. Like, all right, well, this you, homie. I don't think there's anything immoral about that. And in fact, I would think it would be more immoral to be like, no, slow down, buddy. I got this one. And then I fail, and she's dead. I should just let him go. Em said, yeah, I just proceed assuming nobody else is. Yeah, I think well, so okay, so let's flip it the other way around. So what if ever there was a bunch of people, let's say there's 5 of you, and all 5 of you are already running to jump in. Would you stop? Would you stop? So I'm going to make that a poll. So with our you owe your parents simply for raising you, a good 2/3 of you said yes. And I am going to disagree, but fair enough. So, in the drowning girl example, if 5 other people were willing to dive in, would it be immoral for you not to? That's as many. If the drowning girl, in the drowning girl example, if 5 other people were willing to dive in, would it be immoral for you not to? Is that going to fit? For you not to. Okay, there we go. All right. That's an interesting question. Because again, if there's a bunch of people there, it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, the girl needs to be saved. But what if everybody is going in? And you may not be the best person for that job. And we've all heard too many cooks in the kitchen. What if, somebody, a bunch of people are going in, and now we're like, no, this way's better, and then that way's better. And then she still drowns because y'all are fighting over trying to be the winner. I don't know. That's a tough one. I'm excited to see. We're at 50-50. Hit that poll, guys. Replay gang. Let me know in the comments below. What if a bunch of people are willing to save that girl? Is it immoral for you to be like, all right, so they got it? Am said, if someone's already in the process, I'd stop, but watch closely to be ready to intervene. Yeah, I think that's the way to go. Guantag said the other part of it is that it's actually easier to use what you have with the child in front of you. Not everyone has much to give financially. If your physicality is all that's needed, it's an easy choice. Money has a lot to it that complicates the whole thing, and it's hard to trust these days. At least you can trust that you could help the child in front of you. Bingo. Well said. Well said. And so I think this is you make a very good point here, but I think we want to set the parameters that, okay, what if this wasn't the case? What if we had an identical, not identical, but in terms of energy and cost, it was the same thing. It's not. But if it were, if we had a magic button where you could just press, there's a child that's going to die in 12 minutes. Well, I said 12. They're going to die in 1 minute. You can press a button and you can save them. But it'll cost you $200 to keep it aligned with the other one. So you pay $200 and then you get access to the button. You press the button and you save the child. Or actually, no, we want to take the money out of it. Yeah. So take away the shoes from the girl. It's just you're walking by, shitty shoes, no shoes, doesn't matter. You're walking by a pond, see the girl. Obviously, you want to jump in. What if you had a free magic button where you see a picture of a child? This child is going to die in 60 seconds unless you press this button. That really does make it like, who would not press the button? And so that really highlights what Guamtech is saying about the how money is complicating the issue, and it's not about effort. Because if it was, then again, with a magic button, everybody would press the button. Of course. And then if we add back in the $200, well, if you can afford $200 shoes, you could sure as shit afford a $200 life. Would you? That's up to you, but you definitely could. Shout out to King Nirvana. Welcome. Good to see ya. Rowdy Ruff said, he's been as a bit of a rash person. I don't think I'd spend much time thinking about it. I'd just jump in. Yeah, I think that is so. But that's not what I'm asking about. I'm not asking, are you going to first look around and see what's going on and then decide to jump in? The situation I'm asking about is you've already decided to jump in. You're on your way, but you see 5 other people also jumping in. I'm not saying that you did stop. I'm saying it's not even that we'll take you out of it. So there's 5 people running to save this one girl from a pond. Is it immoral for any one of those people to stop running towards the girl? I don't think so. I think it falls in the same the same category of what Anne was talking about, of expecting other people to do what they can, and like there's that, and then because this is not a specific money issue, then we could switch the child across the world, the starving child, into a magic button, or not even a magic button. Let's just say you got to jump into a pond and do exactly the same physical output as it would take to save the girl. Who would not jump in and save the child just because the child wasn't right there? Excuse me. Am said, right. I think it would be a matter of who hit the water first. And either way, as long as someone does, I'm still there until she's okay. Yeah. There we go. So now if the situation comes up, guess what? You've already thought about 7 different ways to approach this situation. And that might be the difference between a girl dying and not. Imagine that. So we still only have 2 votes on this poll. I don't know what the fuck y'all are doing, but hit the goddamn poll. Guamtech's asking for the next one. So if 5 people didn't jump into save the girl, would you think twice about if you should? Do you mean like if everybody's standing around? Is that what you're asking? So like if the girl's drowning and there's 5 people standing around and nobody goes in to save the girl, would you think twice about? I mean, I think given that regardless, everybody's saying whether there's other people, whether there's I'm alone, either way, I'm jumping in to save the girl. I don't think there would be very many people who would jump in to save the girl, whether they were alone. But then if there was other people there that weren't jumping in. But there is absolutely a term called social loafing, where is exactly what you're referring to, where in the situation where it was just you, then you would jump in. But we're social creatures. So if this were happening and 5 people were standing around, then there's a very likely case that at least the 4 other people are looking around and don't see anybody. It's like, oh, well, what do we do? Call 911. And then one person's going to have to be like, really? Nobody's going to jump in? I'll go and do it. Interesting. So I'll star this. We need at least 5 votes, guys. We need at least 5 votes on the poll. We can't do four votes. And of course, we can't do 50-50. So hit the poll. Let me know. Rowdy Ruff said they aren't my problem. The kid is. It's just a race at that point. That's what I'm saying. I don't think that really changes the perception of should I do it, because we're already saying that it doesn't really matter. I'm making the decision first. And maybe if the 5 people are all jumping in, maybe at that point, then it would be reasonable to think about like, okay, maybe I don't need to do this. But only after it's been established that somebody is on it. Somebody is on it. And like Am says, even if they are on it, you never know that something could go wrong. There could be an alligator, and the alligator eats the dude. Then what do you do? Crazy. And this is what I love about philosophy, is that you can just keep adding different things and talk about a random scenario that we made up, and now we're having real conversations about it. Shout out to Sarah Marie. Welcome to the party. So it comes down to how big a pond. Having it too crowded could actually do more harm than help. Yeah, that's what I was bringing up before. And I mean, I think that is that's probably a small factor. I don't necessarily, even if 5 people were running in, I don't think that 5 people would simultaneously be trying to pull her in different directions and stuff. But if the pond is really big, then it might make sense for other people, for multiple people to come, so if let's say the microphone is the pond, if that whole if you're over here and somebody's over here, then depending on where the girl is, maybe the girl's right here, then like, yeah, you're the closest, so you're gonna try, but maybe you're not good at swimming, and this guy comes in and swims and so good point. Welcome to the party. Good to see you.
So you must. But what if there were many people standing around the pond, but no one else was willing to save the child? Would that make your inaction more excusable? Why would it? Singer argues that
more excusable is what they said, and I would argue no, that doesn't change anything. That just it would be more expected because of how people act, but morally that doesn't change anything. You're a piece of shit if you don't save the girl. Am said if 5 people are standing around not helping, I'm saving the girl, then belittling and embarrassing the other adults for being cowards. There we go. That's how you do it. And actually, I'm just looking at the post in Discord, and I did not realize how relevant this thumbnail would be. Girl alike. All right. What does Singer say?
Willing to save the child. Would that make your inaction more excusable? Why would it? Singer argues that it doesn't matter what everyone else is doing. You are in control of you and of your actions. So if you see a need and you know you can help, you must, even if there are others who could but don't. Now,
I mean, that's such a basic fundamental thing that, like, the just following orders of the Nazis, if you want to go to the biggest example. But like, just because other people are doing it doesn't affect the morality of that action at all, regardless of what the activity is. Just because other people do it, just because other people like it, does not make it true, right, or good.
Is it fair for you to have to bear the burden of helping while others sit idly by? No.
What? It's not fair at all, but neither is life.
It's not fair at all. But fair doesn't really matter in this case. What matters is whether or not you choose to take action to prevent great harm at little cost to yourself. Whether you alone watch the child drown or you and a crowd of people watch her drown, either way, you failed spectacularly as a moral agent.
Yeah. When you put it like that, well, what did you let the child drown, or did you let the child drown with an audience?
And Singer says the same goes for world poverty. If everyone...
Oh, here we go. All right, so apparently those in poverty, according to Crash Course, those in poverty are akin to a drowning 5-year-old girl. Let's see where he goes with it.
As a moral agent. And Singer says the same goes for world poverty. If everyone...
And so, I'm sorry to pause at the same spot again, but remember, the Singer had just said that it doesn't matter what other people are doing, you're in control of your actions, and that's all that matters as a moral agent.
America donated just 1% of their income to help people in extreme poverty, we could save so many lives. Now,
yeah, if all of you donated $1 once a week, then we would then, I would be one of the biggest channels, but that's not... That, like, so what? If everybody went vegan, then there would be less cows that... That's just an if-then statement. Yeah, and nope, not buying it.
1% of their income to help people in extreme poverty, we could save so many lives. Now, we know that everyone isn't going to do that, but according to Singer, each of us is responsible for our failure to help, regardless of what everyone else is doing. Now,
so we're responsible for our failure to help, regardless of what everybody else is doing. So even though it is reasonable for us to say, of course, I'm going to save the girl, but I don't feel bad about not donating all of my money to save starving children, then each of us is responsible for our failure to help, regardless of what everybody else is doing. Okay, yeah. So that applies to the same situation and what other people are doing in that same situation. So again, whether you let the girl drown or you let the girl drown with an audience, that is morally the same. But whether you let a girl drown and whether you don't donate to a charity are not the same thing.
So many lives. Now, we know that everyone isn't going to do that, but according to Singer, each of us is responsible for our failure to help.
It was like, hold on. So we're not obligated to our parents, yet we're responsible for world hunger? Good point. That don't make no sense.
Going to do that. But according to Singer, each of us is responsible for our failure to help, regardless of what everyone else is doing. Now, 20th century American philosopher and ecologist Garrett Hardin took issue with much of Singer's reasoning.
As do Amb and I.
Instead, he offered what's known as the lifeboat analogy. Imagine, Hardin said, that 50 people are on a lifeboat with room for 10 more, and 100 people are in the water begging to be let aboard.
Okay, so here's our situation. We have 100 people in the water. We have a boat that fits 60 people. So the boat fits 60 people, but there's 100 people in total. There's already 50 people on the ship, and there's room for 10 more people on the ship, but there's not room for everybody. Hey, shout out to Sarah Marie. Said, unable to save a child abroad, but here's a treat. And you know what? I got some Swiss cheese, and he's been loving it. So let's get some Swiss cheese. Yummy. Thank you so very, very much. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Very, very, very much appreciated. Thank you. And of course, Morty loves it. Thank you.
Hardin said that if we understand that all life is equally valuable, then we have to admit all 100 of them. But of course, that would be too many for the boat. It would sink, and then we'd all die. So maybe we only allow 10 people on board. But which 10? How do we make that decision? But even if we have...
Hold on. I'm going to try hold on. Yeah, let me just do the banner. I'm going to miss all of this. Okay. STIKSURD. Okay. Then we have... Okay. Boom. Shout out to Sarah Marie. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, let's back this up.
100 of them. Understand that all life is equally valuable, then we have to admit all 100 of them. But of course, that would be too many for the boat. It would sink, and then we'd all die. So maybe we only allow 10 people on board. But which 10? How do we make that decision?
First come, first serve. But so far, like, okay, we have 60 spaces. Makes sense to save 60 people. Like, why would we not? You know? Hey, shout out to Zippy DSMD. Says Swiss cheese. Swiss cheese. What did it say? Swiss cheese sounds good. It tastes good too. Oh, there we go. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Eat some myself. Yum, 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 yum. Thank you, thank you, thank you, sir. Very, very, very much appreciated. Shout out to Day Video. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Yeah, the bottle gate or the bottleneck effect, definitely an issue. So how do you choose which people get on the boat? Welcome, welcome, welcome.
All die. So maybe we only allow 10 people on board. But which 10? How do we make that decision? But even if we had some way to choose between lives, Hardin argued that filling our boat to capacity is still the wrong answer. By leaving those 10 spaces empty, we'd have more resources for those on board, maximizing their chances of survival.
I don't. That hits me as no. That I like, even though it is true that if you have less people on the boat, then there's more resources. I don't think that's unless it's a situation where, like, there simply is not enough resources, like there's not enough room for the 100 people. Then I don't see how that makes sense. And yeah, Am said the 10 easiest to save, the closest ones. The problem arises when you start trying to be impartial when deciding. Well, or being partial. So being impartial. Well, I guess the way you look at it. But yeah. So that's the problem. It's like, well, how do we do? Like, we're all dying. Get on the fucking boat. If you don't get on the boat, you're gonna fucking die. End of story. That's the reality of the situation. Morality aside. Sarah Marie said the people on Titanic dealt with much the same. Yep.
Those people in the water are doomed, Hardin said. They're doomed because they don't have a boat, and they need a boat of their own if they're going to make it.
Except they don't, because you have a boat, and there's 10 spaces. Maybe you can make the argument that we'd say, okay, we're only going to take 59 people because we want to make sure that these 59 people are on the boat do make it to wherever they're going. Maybe. But there is no reason for a sixth of the entire boat to be empty. That does not make any sense to me at all. Am said, no, you save what you can within your capacity. Otherwise, you all die. Yes. Well, it depends on which way you look at it. You know, you can be partial to the people who are first, or impartial, meaning whichever 10 people come first. So you can go either way. And Kate only had a door. Guanzag said Iron Man level problem solving. Alternate 45 people on the boat at a time. Leave 10 spots for the children and elderly. There you go. Gotta have an Iron Man suit. But other than that, we're good. Because again, maybe we don't have enough time to make multiple trips. If we do, well, now leaving a sixth of a boat empty makes a lot more sense. But that wasn't in the situation, so I don't know. I do feel like that Leo could have fit, but they have done things where it's like he could not have fit. He tried to get on, and it was whatever. But you know, that's a debate for another day. Speaking of debates, shout out to Mood. Welcome to the party. Debated a motherfucker out the whole Discord server last night. Just kidding. But yeah, we had an interesting live debate where I was moderating. It was so hard to hold my tongue. But Mood and somebody else who was in the server had a live debate, and I think it was really cool and something that I would like to happen more often. Because as much as it's cool to see people, using the text channels and having conversations. It is really difficult to have a conversation through text, or at least much more difficult than on either on video or using voices. And yeah, I think that's shout out to Mood. Shout out to Mood. Good job. Even though I disagree with mostly everything. Love you, brother. Dilly. The video said it's triage. Leave the decision up to the nurses. The nurses? What nurses? There's nurses?
What?
We're just a bunch of people in the middle of the ocean. I didn't know we had nurses. And indeed, it was a productive one. Good job. All right.
And said they're doomed because they don't have a boat and they need a boat of their own if they're going to make it. Helping a few of them out doesn't really solve any problems.
It does for the few of them.
If anything, it draws out their suffering. Okay.
What?
So the argument is that it's not fun to be on a lifeboat. Therefore, I don't get that argument. Technically no. But hit me up.
Make it. Helping a few of them out doesn't really solve any problems. If anything, it draws out their suffering.
All right, I'll let him make the argument. This is probably the dumbest thing I feel like I've heard in this entire series so far.
Okay, here's the thing about this analogy. The lucky people in the lifeboat, Hardin said, that's a nation. And the people in the water, they're other nations. Ones living in such extreme poverty that they don't have their own boats. The boat, in this case, represents a strong social structure, a safety net that provides for its citizens.
But that's a really bad analogy because having 60 people in the boat is not going to destroy the boat.
Hardin said that just as the duty of a ship captain is to its passengers, a nation's obligations are to its citizens.
Agreed.
So a nation should never risk the well-being of its citizenry in order to help members of another nation.
Agreed. But that's so different than a group of 100 people stuck in the water, and there's I do not see the connection there. I think that is a really, really, really bad analogy.
Of course, some nations don't have the resources to help their citizens. In others, people live under governments that are actively exploiting them rather than protecting them.
Shout out to Lost.
But Hardin said that's not our fault. And to give aid to people who don't even have a boat, well, that's throwing away resources. Who cares if you're
Wait, what? This is so weird. This is so weird that this is the type of analogy, because there's so many places where it doesn't fit. It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. Unless people are going to be living in that boat for their entire lives and having children in that boat, then maybe we can talk about, okay, we need some extra room because we're going to have more kids. We're going to build houses. We're going to build business. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. But the purpose of a lifeboat is just to get from one place to a more permanent place. That is not the purpose of a nation, to be a lifeboat.
Stupid.
What a terrible analogy. And it's been, it's interesting because when we started this series, I was very much, kind of like, oh, I don't know if I'm going to be able to, remember all this stuff and all that stuff. But as we've gotten through it, as I've been refreshed on this stuff, I don't know if it's his position that is changing or it's his politics that's coming into it. But I feel a lot more comfortable being like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? And seems to agree. A lifeboat is to preserve life, what it can at least. And I mean, I don't disagree that America could essentially be a big boat, but unless we're talking about a cruise ship that you live on, then it's not a big boat because you get off a boat and go home. So you can't say the thing that takes me home is now my home unless it is your home. So if we're talking about, if there is again, I agree that I'm very isolationist, not completely, but I'm very isolationist. That if America is a big boat and we all live on it, then we can't be letting all these people in to our boat because we need that extra space for more people, more businesses. People are turning 18 and needing jobs, and people are technologies. All of this stuff is changing the conditions of living on the boat. But if it's just a lifeboat, then it doesn't fucking matter. Just get me to safety. Did no one know that they'd reach land again? I don't know. It's a good question. Or is that a good question? Or are you testing me? Is that in the Bible? I don't remember that part. But I mean, if we're going to Noah, then like I would assume that if you believe that God told you to do a thing, that He's probably got a plan and got it all figured out. Loon said you should watch Triangle of Sadness. Great movie. What is that on? Triangle of Sadness. Disney Plus. What in the hell? Where's that? This has to be what even in the world? Why am I not surprised, Mood? Why am I not surprised that this is the type of shit you be into? Is she spitting out pee? Is she puking up gold? What is happening? I'm not sure that I want to know. It's on Disney, though, so it can't be that bad, but it looks weird. All right. So, yeah, bad analogy, but so now that we understand that it is a bad analogy, we can take it for what it is. Like, okay, it's a bad analogy, but let's see how he uses the bad analogy.
We're actively exploiting them rather than protecting them. But Hardin said that's not our fault, and to give aid to people who don't even have a boat, well, that's throwing away resources. Who cares if your mosquito net saves a child from malaria when that child will still be living in inescapable poverty?
Yeah, no, I do not agree. I don't. Well, good point. That is depressing. You are right. You are right, ma'am. That is sad. Holy shit. What did he just say?
Mosquito net.
Yeah, yes, I would save the child dying from malaria, even though they live in poverty.
Saves a child from malaria when that child will still be living in inescapable poverty. The real problem, according to Hardin, is overpopulation. And the hard truth is, if a nation has more citizens than it can support, just like a lifeboat that's filled beyond capacity, no amount of aid will solve that problem.
Correct, but having 60 people is not overloaded. It's not beyond capacity. That's at capacity. And because it's a temporary thing, then being at capacity is totally fine. Again, if it were a permanent structure, then yes, being at capacity is not good because we will need to continue to have more capacity. It's just a bad example.
So quite counterintuitively, Hardin said the most compassionate response is to do nothing. Yes, stupid.
And that's why you get to a dumb conclusion of, well, we have more space and we have more space in the boat. But because some of those people are going to die, all of them should die because it's our boat.
What?
Trust me, that is not a legitimate isolationist argument.
Counterintuitively, Hardin said the most compassionate response is to do nothing. Yes, people will die, but if aid were to stop, Hardin said, populations would be reduced to a point where nations would be able to sustain themselves. Now, there are at least two pretty immediate responses to this line of thinking. First, the lifeboat analogy breaks down when you realize that the problem really has nothing to do with the scarcity of resources.
Exactly! Then why did you use it? Why did you use it? I think the only thing I can think of is that they use this example because it's a bad example, because they can make people be like, oh, well, I guess it is better to just let everybody die in the water. And then come back and be like, well, actually, we made you think that, but you're stupid because it's a bad analogy. But we beat them at their own game. Sam Marie said, if the Ark thing ever happened to any extent, no one would not really know what would happen. He was only driven by trust in his belief. Fair enough. Am said, we're all aware that suffering exists globally, but we elect our leaders and they elect theirs or whatever. This idea of overpopulation is false, perpetrated by corporate and government waste. Not necessarily true. So you have to look at the micro and macro contexts. So if you look at like different nations, you'll have nations that are worried about overpopulation, but there's also the birth replacement rate. And so for different things, I don't have anything off the top of my head, but there could be like for this thing, we don't have enough people. Like people aren't having enough kids. So there's all these jobs that need to be filled that run society. and there's physically not enough people to fill those jobs, and then society will crumble because we have all this structure and not enough people to hold it up. On the other hand, resources are finite, and so at the end of the day, we have to be able to make sure that the population doesn't go too high because there's too many people. But now that's obviously an issue with the immigration. So hold on one second, y'all. All right. So Marie said, also look into the second law of thermodynamics. Yeah, the state of entropy in an isolated system. But is the universe an isolated system? We don't know. All we know of is the observable universe. So there could be stuff outside of what we can see that makes the universe not an isolated system. Doesn't work. It's almost like it's not the first time that somebody's brought up the law of thermodynamics with religion. Imagine that. Zippy said Haiti can farm 365 days out of the year, not to mention fish. Why is Haiti a hellscape? U.S. government is here to help. There you go. Okay, so Anne's talking about the U.S. then. We're all aware of suffering because we were elected our leaders. The idea of overpopulation. So you're saying the overpopulation in America? Yeah, then definitely agree. But if overpopulation was so dire, why do we have new developments while old sit vacant? Why don't we require use of those? Instead, we're told we have a housing crisis or need multi-family dwellings. Well, again, there's a lot of nuance there. You have the BlackRocks and Vanguards buying up all this stuff. You do see immigrant populations coming in with money from the government that price out local native people. And so there definitely is a housing crisis. It's just, what is it? Is it the same thing that they're telling you? Oh no, these houses just magically got too expensive. Or did you print all of this fucking money and give it to people who didn't earn it? That is a housing crisis. It's just how that affects housing. Arizona has a ton of abandoned buildings, been that way for a while. But so sure, but are you claiming that putting homeless people in an abandoned building solves that problem? I don't think you would make that argument, right? Because that seems kind of silly.
The lifeboat analogy breaks down when you realize that the problem really has nothing to do with the scarcity of resources. In the real world, there are plenty of resources to go around. They're just distributed extremely unevenly. So it seems that Hardin has committed what's known as the either-or fallacy. He said either protect yourself or help others, but with the amount of wealth we have, we could actually and easily do both. Second,
I mean, if we have communism, sure. Zippy says property crisis is due to big business buying up everything, trying to game an artificial market inflation. Trying to game artificial market inflation. Yep.
Self or help others, but with the amount of wealth we have, we could actually and easily do both. Second, Hardin cast his analogy in terms of nations, but that scale is totally arbitrary. Any argument you could give for caring about your nation over others could also be given for caring about your state over others, or your city, or even your family. And you might say, darn right, I care about my
did the sound just go out for you guys, or is that just me? Let me know.
Family more than yours, but be careful, because
is that just me or is that you guys too? Either way, I'm gonna try to double down. Because again, I can deal with it, but if you guys,
isn't that just like arguing that you only have to pull that kid out of the water if she happens to be related to you? Morality calls.
Somebody say something about the sound. Am is saying no. I'm saying that how can you allow for unused and vacant buildings to sit and rot when they could be repurposed? It wouldn't solve all but some and lessen the burden on building resources. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that is a good basis for how we could approach this. But the problem is that the buildings are vacant but it's not because nobody wants them. Like, they want them vacant. They want to take up the real estate. So I think that is just assuming that because it's unused, it's available. Not the same thing. I'm gonna guess nobody is hearing anything about the sound, so I'll just continue.
Like arguing that you only have to pull that kid out of the water if she happens to be related to you. Morality calls for us to not draw arbitrary lines when it comes to who deserves help and who doesn't. A lot of people, like Singer, think that the only non-arbitrary line is to say that there's really only one boat, and we're all in it, so we've all got to help. Everyone. So what do you think? Are you in your own boat? One thing that might help you.
I mean, as America, I sure hope so. Sam Marie said overpopulation is mainly problematic in materialistic societies. Yeah, right, because we have food. Interesting. All right, let's close up this one.
To answer that question is the topic of our next and next to last lesson.
The penultimate
value of
episode.
human life. But today we talked about extreme poverty and our responses to it. We considered Singer's argument that we have an obligation to prevent harm through poverty when we can, and we also looked at Hardin's lifeboat analogy.
I'm gonna. This sound is killing me. I'm gonna see if I can just unplug and plug my thing back in if it will save it, because I really don't want to do a restart. But
Crash Course Philosophy is produced in association with
okay. Hopefully we are good here. So moving on to assisted death and the value of life. So you guys have definitely heard about mate, and that is a relatively new thing. But you'll remember Dr. Kevorkian back when this idea of euthanasia was more in the zeitgeist. Thank you, Zippy. It's killing me over here, but I will do it for y'all. I'll do it for y'all. Oh, come on.
The law works in thousands of ways. Like they're not, nobody. No, this is not the first time they've been.
I don't even know where that sound is coming from. Oh, from this one. Okay. Well, what are we doing here? Oh, bum 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 bum.
In November 2014, Brittany Maynard, a 29-year-old woman with terminal brain cancer, took her own life, surrounded by her loved ones, by swallowing a lethal dose of legally prescribed pills. In April 2003, after finding out that their fetus had severe spina bifida and would be born paralyzed, severely brain damaged, and with an exposed spine, Gretchen Voss and her husband terminated their much-wanted pregnancy in its second trimester. Yeah, it's gonna be another one of those episodes. If you're like me, thinking about cases like these makes your heart hurt and your head spin. But we have to think about them. So in this penultimate episode of Crash Course Philosophy, we're going to talk about some of the ways in which humans orchestrate death, including abortion, assisted suicide, and euthanasia.
Oh boy. Oh geez. It's gonna be one of those episodes. And the fact that all three of these things are, well, I mean, I guess they're kind of assisted self-deletion and euthanasia, kind of the same thing, right? But big topics here. So before we move on, Ann says, big business doesn't own government. The Fed owns the government, and different nations own the Fed. So essentially, America Inc. is owned by different nation elites. Okay, and okay, fair enough.
Basically, three things people never want to talk about. And if we do talk about them, it usually leads to arguments that are highly emotional and seldom rational, as you may be seeing in the comments of this video. But we do think it's worth it, because by talking about these difficult topics, we're going to gain some insights into what it is that we actually value about life.
Oh, it sounds so
As we wrap up Crash Course Philosophy, I want to take a moment to reflect on how far you've come. You have many philosophical concepts under your belt now, and you are fully equipped to step into the wilderness we call everyday life and analyze what you find. For example, take these two data points.
Before we jump over there, shout out again to our boy Zippy DSMZ. with the Rumble Ram. Thank you so very much. And of course, a treat for Morty here. Very much appreciated. And 39 cents away from stealing that sponsor spot from Sarah Marie. Speaking of Sarah Marie, so we also have more people because we define natural selection on very many levels. Humans will never truly accept mortality. Call me I don't even know what the word I was looking for is call me idealistic. That's the word. Call me idealistic. But I think when humanity can move beyond the mythos of religion, then and only then can we accept mortality. There is, as long as you are focused on a worldview that addresses mortality and gives you a soft answer, I don't think that you have the ability to truly accept it. I think that's fair, right? Let's go to our poll. So in the drowning girl example, if you're just joining us, we were talking about if you walk by, you have $200 shoes on, you walk by a pond and there's a girl drowning. Is it your moral obligation to go in and save her? And then we add to that, if 5 other people were willing to dive in, and you would already, would it be immoral for you not to dive in? And 71% of you said, no, hey, as long as the girl is getting saved, then we are happy with that. There we go. So yes, I don't. Okay, I'm gonna assume you guys are talking to each other. All right. 2 data points.
The wilderness we call everyday life and analyze what you find. For example, take these 2 data points. In March 2016, Indiana Governor Mike Pence signed a bill into law that made abortion for reason of fetal abnormality.
Can we just? What are the chances? So, this is from February 2017. Okay, so maybe not that crazy. Okay.
Governor Mike Pence signed a bill into law that made abortion for reason of fetal abnormality illegal in his state. Then, just 5 months later, the first cases of pregnancies affected by the Zika virus were confirmed in the US. Zika is transmitted by mosquitoes and can be passed between people through sexual contact. The illness caused by the Zika virus itself is generally mild and rarely fatal. But if the virus is present in a pregnant woman, it can cause a condition in the fetus known as microcephaly.
It means you're tiny head. It means you got a tiny head. Sam Marie said until they find themselves in a loss of resources from ignoring the importance of nature. Until they find themselves in a loss of resources from ignoring the importance of nature. Why would you? What's the ignoring? Where did ignoring the importance of nature? What are we talking about?
Is present in a pregnant woman, it can cause a condition in the fetus known as microcephaly. Microcephaly inhibits development of the brain, resulting in an abnormally small head, severe cognitive and motor deficiencies, seizures, rigid limbs, and vision and hearing problems. Microcephaly is a fetal abnormality, which means in states like Indiana, aborting a pregnancy for that reason is illegal. It's also not detectable until the 3rd trimester of pregnancy, and abortion that late in pregnancy is also illegal in many states.
Not anymore. That's why I will always say, as a former liberal, politically homeless, I'm not a conservative, I'm not a Republican, that Roe v. Wade, as somebody who believes that abortion is murder and life begins at conception, I think Roe v. Wade was the best compromise we were ever going to get.
So some people see these types of abortions, ones that are performed after the fetus has been found to have a disability, to be morally abhorrent.
I said shit. Me too.
And others see the prospect of being unable to obtain such an abortion if it's needed to be just as abhorrent.
Really? Just as abhorrent? Just as abhorrent? Methinks you're just saying that you think it's just as abhorrent. There's no way. Actually, I'm thinking about the typical feminist mind, and actually I agree. And especially 7 years later.
Prospect of being unable to obtain such an abortion if it's needed to be just as abhorrent. So let's look at the arguments from each side. Back when we talked about personhood, we learned that much of the abortion debate hinges on whether or not you think a fetus is a person.
Not a human. We all agree, except for the retards, that it is a human. Of course, it is a human, and it's not a horse fetus. It is a human fetus. But the question when it comes to the legality has to do with the word person.
For now, let's assume for the sake of argument that fetuses are persons. Making that assumption doesn't actually solve anything. Some people will argue that fetuses are persons, so fetuses with abnormalities are simply disabled persons. Therefore, choosing to have an abortion on that basis would be a form of disability discrimination. But more broadly, the argument against abortion in these cases is often based on the premise that life is sacred, and it's not in our moral job description to pass judgment regarding the quality of life that fetus might go on to live. Yet, those on the other side of the issue, such as Gretchen Voss and others who terminated pregnancies that they wanted, also cite a deep respect for life as their justification. So,
wait, what? They terminated pregnancies that they wanted. They also cite a deep respect for the life of another as their justification. Oh, okay. I see what you're okay. All right.
That they wanted also cite a deep respect for life as their justification.
So they're saying that, like, oh, this poor child is going to be not perfect, therefore it's better to just kill them.
Can they both be right? Contemporary American philosopher Margaret Olivia Little argues that the decision to abort is often about a deep respect for creation rather than a disregard for it. Bringing another human being into the world, of course, is an enormous responsibility.
Again, 7 years ago, I'm sure this was the case, but ever since we've gone from pro-choice to pro-abortion, this does not apply anymore. And I want us to look at this in the context of when, like, how quickly, like 7 years is it's a minute, but in terms of cultural change, it's not that long. And we've gone to from a place where, people didn't think abortion was good, but we accepted that, there's, as a society, there's certain situations where it's like, okay, we'll look the other way, we'll make it okay, or whatever. But now, let's not forget about the trans man who wants to be the person who wants to be the first trans man to ever have an abortion, just because reasons and clout. So let's remember, we are in a different world. Amp said, mothers are incubators of a separate being. Thus, it is not their body. It is not their body.
A disregard for it. Bringing another human being into the world, of course, is an enormous responsibility. If you know that a fetus will grow into a child who suffers and you allow that to happen, aren't you responsible in some sense for its suffering?
Sure. I'll give you that. Yes, you are responsible for their suffering in the same way that the fact that I will not be able to be happy 24/7, 365 all throughout my life. My parents are responsible for every single moment that I am not happy.
Stupid.
That don't make no sense. So yeah, technically you were responsible in a causal factor. You raw dogged it. And now there's a child who will suffer. But the question is, does that suffering negate the personhood status? And in the overwhelming majority of cases, it does not. I am willing to look at cases individually, and if there is a situation where there is absolutely no quality of life, no expectation of the fetus growing into a child that will be able to have any kind of life, then okay, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. What exactly are we talking about? What can the child do? What can the child not, or what is the child not going to be able to do? If the child can't breathe right and is probably only going to make it 3 days, and then that's a much more reasonable conversation than, well, I don't want it.
Who suffers and you allow that to happen, aren't you responsible in some sense for its suffering? Do you do something more noble, more selfless in sparing a potential child a painful existence? Obviously, there's a lot of disagreement about this. For one thing, every life involves pain.
Exactly. And it said, I think it's telling that those who choose abortion have such a negative outlook that they assume the child will have a bad life. Materialism at its finest. Absolutely. It's there's a projection that, well, I wouldn't want to live like that. I would rather just end myself. So let me end them for them because they wouldn't want that because I don't want that. But that assumes that you have the counterfactual of what it is actually like to live that. And that if you had the counterfactual to live like that, that you would have the counterfactual to the counterfactual, that you would know living that life would be worse than a different life because all of us only have the one life. So everything that is wrong with your life right now, the person that I'm talking to, whether we're talking to Am, Sarah Marie, Zippy, whoever else, all of the things that are bad in your life, you have bad things in your life. I mean, I don't think your life is perfect. If it is, I mean, congratulations. But does that have anything to do with whether or not you want to be alive? Only at the most extreme levels. And even then, we are still not like, even though it's yourself. So to put that on other people, I mean, materialism and projection. I wouldn't want to live like that. So this baby must want to prefer to die. Projection. Zibby said, once we get to the point, fetus can be removed to grow in tubes and raised until full-term, cost-effective elective abortions will no longer be needed. Yep. Stuff equals happiness. And we're going to come back to this, too. We're going to come back to stuff equals happiness in this stream. Yeah, no legal recourse for abortions except for clinics and doctors. Sure. Sarah Marie said the ethics about abortion will never be a ground for people to find agreement. Isn't it neat though to have these kinds of diversions? Yeah, I think it's interesting to see how we can all be people, humans, especially I mean I know you don't live in the U.S., but generally living in the Western world, if not the same country, some of us in the same states, and have wildly different perspectives about it. You were here. Were you here already? Either way, shout out to King Nirvana. Oh yeah, you were watching that movie, right? How was the movie? Welcome. Yeah, I mean that's just sheer indoctrination. It's sheer indoctrination because you don't see the women who actually get in the women who will espouse the parasite or compasses or whatever, who've never been pregnant. Will fight that the hardest because the women who do get pregnant, either you then have the understanding like, oh, okay, this is not what I was thinking that it was, or you're just a shitty person and you still think that and you kill a baby. I don't know. I mean, there's I don't know how you can get there. I don't know how you can get there. So this life sucks. The next life will be good. Life is not a waiting room. This is all you have as far as you know. Yeah, Sorry said, I'm not perfect at all. I said, shit, me neither. I don't know anyone who is. Materialism and religion have the same issues for deferring problems. Agreed. Very different, but same type, different perspectives, but same, yeah. Yep. That's why we have such, that's why dogma around that is so easy to build. And so it's disgusting to call a baby a parasite while also fighting to spare the life of, spare all animal life. Yep. You can't make that shit up. That these people will lay in the street for animals. I mean, I think that's more of like general environment stuff, but I'm sure most of them are fucking vegans. They'll lay in the street on the fucking parkway for a rodent. But a human? What? Shout out to Raymond. Welcome to the party. Good to see you. Said, who's going to take care of the children after their parents die? Well, wait, why themselves? How many children are we? Yeah, this is what I'm. Maybe you're coming from somewhere else that I'm not understanding. Why are we when parents die, typically the children are old enough to be adults. So if that's not what you're talking about, then you're missing a piece of what you're trying to say. So if you could explain that a little bit, because I mean, I think you have an interesting question here, but I'm not really. I'm with Am. I'm not really sure what is going on. All right, diving back in here.
Existence? Obviously, there's a lot of disagreement about this. For one thing, every life involves pain. Every parent sentences their child to some amount of disappointment, heartache, failure, and grief. It's the human condition. And there are certainly people with disabilities, even severe ones, who are happy to be alive. So perhaps the moral thing to do is...
You guys aren't just like muscling through the sound, right? It sounds perfect to you, right? Please tell me if it's not perfect.
To simply help every life to flourish as best it can. But on the other hand, there are some people whose disabilities or illnesses cause them to desire their own deaths. Like Brittany Maynard, who stared death by cancer in the face and decided not to wait around, but instead to do it on her own terms.
Thank you, sir. So interesting. Let's talk about the thank you guys. I do appreciate it. It's just crazy to me that I unplugged everything and it's still just coming. I'm literally having to read it anyway. Hey, we got Joe Mama in the building. Welcome. So let's do another poll here. So, first let's do is, I don't even know if I can type that. So self-deletion immoral. Is self-deletion immoral? Just in general, we'll say perfect is relative, but relative to what you normally hear on here. Because let's see if this works. Let's see if you can hear. I don't know how this is gonna go, so it might be the worst thing ever.
Those who take Little's view might say that people like Maynard loved.
I don't know if you can hear that over the video, but that's what I am. That's what I am hearing on this side. So Raymond said, I'm talking about the defective children that wouldn't have been aborted. They won't be able to be taken care of. They won't be able to take care of themselves and live on Social Security their whole life. Yeah. What does it have to do with their parents dying? Why would their parents die? I don't understand how that comes into the equation. Like, sure, parents could die, but like, hey, I'm okay with if a child's parents both die, then we have a system for that, and I'm okay with paying taxes to make sure that children aren't just dying on the street because their parents died. I'm not really sure what you're asking. I don't explain how the like why are the parents dying and how does that relate to the mom is dead during the birth? Is that what you're talking about? Because I mean, like, yeah, then sure. I mean, the child didn't do anything wrong. If the mom, they carry the child to term, and she dies, I would ask, "Where's the dad?" But for some reason, he's already dead. Then then it would go there. It would go into the system, and I'm okay with that system existing. I'm not saying that's a good occurrence. I'm saying if a baby is born and both the parents die, it's good that we as a society create a safety net for that. I still think I'm confused. It seems like that's not really what you're asking. Because again, why I'm not understanding unless you're talking about what King is talking about, that if the mom is dead during childbirth, and then again, how relevant is the situation where there is a defective, quote unquote, defective child, the mother dies in childbirth, and the father's not around? I mean, how often does that happen? And again, in those situations, yes, I am totally okay with the government and the taxpayer being a part of them. And again, it's not their whole life until adulthood. When you turn 16, you can get a job. I think it should be younger. I think we should get rid of child labor laws, but that's all other conversation. And said, regardless, if a parent has a will, they can state who they'd like to take care of their children. most have been discussed with those individuals. Yeah. So if you know that, there's for some reason that you're not going to be around, and that this child is, again, we're using quote unquote defective, then you're going to have things in place to make sure that, hey, if I'm not here, I got a will. All right. So going back to our poll, I was hoping we would get a little bit more of a domination here, but it is pretty split. So, how do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? All right, let me grab some of these while I'm thinking about it. So, Amson, I think he's saying the abortion of babies with abnormalities. Well, at this point, I mean, we've been we're here. Like, say what you mean, bro. If you're talking about dying in during childbirth, we can talk about that. But I don't like. We're not going to spend the show guessing what you mean. Yeah, like any child, abnormal, normal, otherwise, if a child does not have parents, then the state takes care of them. That's how it works, and I'm okay with it. And people who want, yeah, exactly. Okay, so all right, so let's end this poll here. So most of you do think that it is immoral. I'm not even going to add a caveat here. I'm just going to keep that in mind that 57% of you said yes, it is immoral. Given that, is it less immoral for someone who knows they're going to die, let's just say in a week. Let's just say a week. They're going to die. Is it less immoral for someone who knows they're going to die in a week to self-delete? Is it less immoral? So even if you think it's still immoral, is it lesser of an offense? You needed that extra moment to think about it. What is going on here? What is going on here? Hooah! Hooah! All right, Guante said there's a brutal ruler in 40. There's a brutal ruler in 40K.
What?
Think Batman, but guys, what are you talking about? What are you saying? I'm trying so hard. I am trying so hard, and you are not making it easy. Please. There's only 11 of us here. Slow down. Read what you wrote before you send it. Please. I am begging you. Zibby said adult emancipation should be more standardized, so capable ones can be granted early partial adulthood at 14 so they can work and train in vocab. What does vocab have to do with it? But I agree. I think I think child labor laws should completely be gone. Absolutely, 100% gone. I think it should be very unthinkable for a parent to be sending your child to like a mine, or if you own a mine, to be hiring children. But if you have a family business, or you are friends with the guy who works at the corner store, and your 10-year-old is precocious and wants to help and stock shelves and learn the value of $1, I have no problem with that. So no. So Sarah was saying no, it wasn't in self-deletion wasn't immoral in the first place. Okay, fair. But that's not the question. The question is not. So two things can be not immoral. Just because something is not immoral, it can be amoral, or it can be moral, which is morally good. Amoral is just without a moral value, morally neutral, and then immoral. So what I'm trying to drag out of you guys is that, does it change the moral weight of the decision? If somebody is already, if they know for a fact they're already going to die, does it make it less bad than if somebody who is, just a teenager and upset? Which one of those situations is worse? So let's try. I'm going to try that one. So, which is worse? Teen angst leads to self-deletion, or knowing you're gonna die in a week. And obviously, both situations, knowing you're gonna die in a week and self-deleting. Which one of those is worse? That's what I'm trying to get out of you guys. 40K universe nerd stuff. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. So there's a brutal ruler in is it 40,000 or 40K? Anyway, so there's a brutal ruler of this thing, this nerd shit, who uses the most violent methods to stop crime on his planet. Think Batman, but he uses torture of his enemies' families for maximum effect. He is the ultimate manifestation of judgment in the setting, but just uses the most cruel means. He considers self-deletion as one of the worst crimes because of the lack of God. Lack of good you can do for the society around you. He will then torture you to death for even thinking about it. Seems kind of counterintuitive. But hey, I don't know anything about the 40K universe. Where are we? So Samurai does say, okay, selfish to some extent, / in some cases perhaps, but immoral, no. And so yeah, I think, yeah. So okay, that's really that's really what I was trying to get to, because I agree with you that I don't necessarily think self-deletion is necessarily a bad thing. Like, especially if you're a single dude who you have nobody that you're connected to, and you just kind of exist and you don't like your life and whatever. Who the fuck am I to tell you that you've got to stay here and suck it up until something happens to you? I'm just not. I don't think that makes sense. So Am said emancipation doesn't solve truancy laws and whether a child can attend a vocational school. Yeah, they'd probably be less likely. But if we're talking about changing the laws, what exactly was said? If we're talking about should be more standardized. So yeah, we're changing the law. Then what we could say is standardize it in such that part of the emancipation is that you have to finish some level of education. That could be a possibility. Rowdy Ruff said my first job was at 10 or 11. I worked at a knitting shop doing various things. It wasn't legal, but hey, I wanted to do it. And I bet you wanted the money too. And I bet you're glad that you had the understanding of how to be at a job and do a job and work and be an employee from earlier on. It was child labor? Oh my goodness! Did you do chores? That's child labor. Did you pay them? Then it's child slavery. Sam Marie said, okay, teenagers shouldn't be accepted to end it all. No, that's where I was going. I gotcha into my web. No, but that's really what I was trying to say, is that, we look at self-deletion as so bad because of the, among other things, because of the potential. So Sam Marie also brought up selfishness and how it's going to affect other people. But as somebody who has been in that mindset, I don't buy that. Like, it's not my responsibility. Your emotions are not my responsibility. So especially if you're a loved one who's going to be hurt by my loss, if you are the cause for why I feel this way, then that's your fault, not mine. And even if, again, if we're talking about a teenager, which I was at the time, and well, even earlier, but if I was a teenager, then it's not expected that I would be able to see things in an adult long-term way. Your brain, we all talk about your brain's not fully developed until you're 25. And so when you're 16 and something bad happens, even though intellectually you understand that it is not the end of the world, even though you understand that things will change, it does really, really, really feel like, that's that's all that matters. You can just is hyper 40K is kind of ultra hyper Catholic. Only the God of man is real and helps mankind to fight a universe that's trying to devour them. I wonder what you guys could do with all of this time and imagination. Sorry. Maybe that's the boomer in me. Cold-blooded? What's cold-blooded? I mean, hey, look, some people, like, not everybody's life is great. That's just it. And said attendance law. What? Oh, I just freaked myself the hell out. My hand was over here, and I moved. And I'm like, and I'm reading this, but I saw the red. Sorry. Anyway, attendance laws apply to age ranges, not independent status, albeit age ranges vary per state. Yeah, I just don't, especially with this the state of the public school system. I don't really. That's not a big thing. Like, people can learn to do stuff. Go be an apprentice. You know, I definitely understand the point that you're making, and I agree. But I just think it's a stronger point that if we were, I think Zippy's right, that if we were allowed to let the kids who are capable of being more mature, and especially if they're not in a good situation, that would be better for everybody. I mean, you know, we at least one less school shooter, right? Rowdy Ruff said if somebody wants to off themselves, they are likely very unhappy and making you sad because they were suffering, and they end it. Doesn't matter much to them. True. Zippy said that's the thing down bad with modern education. It's academic. Its academic focus has no practicality in common life jobs. No wonder why our kids are so dumb.
Stupid.
Yup. If you guys could do me a favor and at least just like tag, you don't have to like tag the whole person, but just do like an @Z or @King or @something. Like, there's 7 conversations. I'm trying. It's slowing the show down. I want to get to the stuff, but like, and I want you guys to be able to communicate with each other. But I need a way to understand. So if you're talking to somebody else, put something that lets me know.
Instead, to do it on our own terms.
So this is where we were talking.
By cancer in the face and decided not to wait around, but instead to do it on our own terms. Those who take Little's view might say that people like Maynard loved life. They loved it so much and valued themselves and their own worth so highly that to them, it only made sense to choose their own ending. Proponents.
Yeah. And so, I have a good idea. Instead of that, just put an X. Just put a capital X in front of anything that you're responding to somebody else. So if there's an X that I know that it is not for me. So personal liberty.
The Death with Dignity movement find value in concepts like personal liberty. They think everyone should be free to make decisions about their own lives and their own deaths. But
now, I don't agree with that. I don't agree that everybody, because some people are legitimately in a temporary situation that can be remedied, and they don't, they don't know that because of the situation they're in. They don't see that. And that's the issue with that. That's mostly what we're talking about. Sam Marie said, from all my attempts, it's truly a miracle that I'm still here. The last proper one in 2008. I mainly felt that I was a burden and would therefore ease the pain for surrounding people. And yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. But I also, had a similar thing of the selfishness aspect. Is that like, in media a lot they'll talk about, oh, it's so selfish. How could he do this? And it's fair to be angry at somebody who's done that because of how it affects you. But then the playing that out logically, it's like, again, now it's my responsibility to carry this burden of my horrible life so that you feel okay. That doesn't make sense. And especially when, like Sarah Maria is talking about, that from the perspective, it's like, I'm doing y'all a favor. The selfishness thing is just not relevant. Zippy said academics is very removed from day-to-day life. Yep. I'd even argue that religion has more pragmatic practicality than learning institutionalized academics. I agree. As much as I hate religion, it's better than public schooling. That's how bad public schooling is.
It's important to note that you can't use personal liberty arguments to defend a decision to abort a fetus if the rationale for that decision is to spare the potential child pain. When you invoke personal liberty regarding abortion, you're talking about a woman's right to choose what happens to her body. And those arguments are not without merit, don't get me wrong, but what I want you to see here is that the arguments need to be separated. You might think that a woman has the right to choose to terminate a pregnancy.
This is the fucking sweetest thing that I have heard in a very, very, very long time. And I am very, very glad that you are with us as well. Are you glad I'm here? Are you glad I'm here? I think you're glad I'm here, right? But only because of these, right? Only because of the food. But it's you too. It's you too, guys. Thank you. That really that pulls on the heartstrings. I really appreciate that. Thank you so very, very, very much. And you, I mean, you know. I mean, obviously not what each other have been through, but if you've been there, you know. So, yeah, thank you very, 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 very much.
Want you to see here is that the arguments need to be separated. You might think that a woman has the right to choose to terminate a pregnancy that's occurring inside her body. But that's a different argument than the one that says parents have a right to choose to abort for the sake of the fetus.
Okay, sure. So, okay, they are different arguments. I do think that the second argument is also wrong, but saying that, like, it's inside my body, therefore I can do whatever I want, full stop, is a different thing than saying I'm a parent and this is a quote-unquote defective child, and I think that it is going to be better for them to not have to deal with that hard life at all. And again, I agree, there are situations where that may be the case, but that can't be something that is built in. What is going on? That has to be a case-by-case thing.
You see the difference? The distinction here is in whose interests are primary. Foss and Little and others who support abortions in cases of fetal abnormality are making an argument from the interest of the fetus, not the mother. So if you want to defend these types of abortions, arguments about personal liberty aren't going to hold. You'll need to look elsewhere. And it turns out you don't have to look very far.
Oh wow, more rationalization for killing children.
Suppose Gretchen Voss had allowed her pregnancy to continue to term. Had the child been born, he or she would have immediately required sophisticated medical care. And that infant, like every other infant, would not have been able to make decisions about its own care. So the parents would have been the baby's proxy decision makers, using what's known as the standard of substituted judgment.
So this brings up an interesting aspect of, like, okay, so let's say that the baby does get born. Now we still have to deal with the fact that how, again, being the baby's proxy decision makers, what are we going to do? What are we going to do with this child now that we love very much, but is not living a happy life? What do we do? And so if we're to say that in that situation, the parents are the decision makers, then it gives at least a little bit of credence to the idea that inside the womb, where am I? It gives. Where'd you go? Are you not coming up here? Come on, bro. It at least gives some room to say, like, okay, well, what's the difference between inside the womb and outside the womb? Are you coming, dude? Come on, come here. Bro, we're all waiting on you. Thank you. Jesus. All right. Ugh. Sarah Marie said, as well as the parents have the right to sterilize their children through puberty blockers and hormones and so on. Yeah. Let's go. We're gonna have to come back to this because this is absolutely a big factor that was not even relevant when this video was made. So spot on. We are coming back to that for sure. Guamtech said, good Lord, it's so sad that the second argument isn't even a part of the conversation on the subject potentially anymore. It's just about women's rights. That's when it went from pro-choice to pro-abortion. Pro-choice is, that I want the option for argument 2, as we saw here. Where'd we go? Come on. Was it that far back? Yeah, okay. So for argument 2, that if it is the case that for the sake of the fetus, it arguably would be better not to be born, then I think that nobody would have more understanding and care for that decision than the combination of the parents and the doctor. Doctor needs to be able to determine, like, okay, what is the prognosis here? And then, given that prognosis, the parents are going to be the best arbiters that we can say across the board. Maybe not each individual parent, but again, when it comes to laws, we have to deal in not absolutes, but things that go across the board. So Am said parents are the responsible party until 18. Parents will still be charged with murder if they kill their child. Yep, fair. Am said a man was charged with murder over a baby in the womb when he killed his girlfriend and subsequently the baby. Yeah, and it's, oh my god, yeah, man, it's fucking sad. It's fucking sad. All right.
Suppose she would not have been able to make required pregnancy to continue to, and it turns out you don't have to look very far. Suppose Gretchen Voss had allowed her pregnancy to continue to term. Had the child been born, he or she would have immediately required sophisticated medical care, and that infant, like every other infant, would not have been able to make decisions about its own care. So the parents would have been the baby's proxy decision makers, using what's known as the standard of substituted judgment. This standard allows all parents to make medical decisions on behalf of their kids. It also lets us make healthcare decisions for our loved ones when they're unconscious, suffering from dementia, or otherwise unable to make decisions for themselves.
All right. So, as I said, we will definitely come back to this. The standard of substituted judgment allows all parents to make medical decisions on behalf of their kids. It also lets us make healthcare decisions for our loved ones when they're unconscious, suffering from other stuff. The problem with this is this. And again, if we already had an attitude that yes, you can make medical decisions, but you can't end their life, then maybe with this standard of judgment, then it wouldn't be acceptable to say things like this. I know Sam Marine is being sarcastic, but they're not. The parents of trans kids, I don't think trans kids exist, but the parents of trans kids actually believe this. Wild. Where we at? Am said people think we live in a patriarchy. I beg to differ. I said shit. Me too. Men just don't realize they're being manipulated at least half the time. That's how this conversation is relevant. Facts.
When you use the standard of substituted judgment, you're asked to do not what you want to do, but what you believe the patient herself would want. It might be that what Gretchen Voss most wanted was to have her baby in her life for as long as possible, even if it was extremely sick. But using the standard of substituted judgment, she might have come to the conclusion that while what she wanted was her baby to be alive for as long as possible, what the baby would want is to be spared the pain and suffering that it faced. The biggest problem with using the standard of substituted judgment with fetuses and infants is that they don't yet have opinions that can be known. Brittany Maynard's loved ones were well aware of her wishes and would have been in a good position to carry them out if she had been unable to do so on her own. But when you're dealing with a fetus, all you could do is fall back on the basic assumption that sentient beings have an interest in avoiding pain, and so you conclude that this fetus has an interest in avoiding pain. Now, notice here.
So, I mean, technically, that is a projection, but the reason that projection is acceptable is because we have the experiences of every other person who didn't like pain. So technically, we have situations. I don't know what it's called, but there's a disorder or something where your nerve endings don't work properly, and either somewhere on your body or your entire body, you can't feel pain. And people think that, oh, that's awesome, be like Superman. And it's like, you're not any stronger or more durable. You're just not feeling the pain. And of course, how do we learn about so many things is pain, whether it's physical or emotional. We learn through pain. And of course, these people still have emotional pain, but you get my point.
that we keep coming back to the issue of pain. Sparing pain is probably the most compelling reason that people support decisions to orchestrate death in various ways. So it's worth pointing out that just as personal liberty arguments don't hold water when thinking about fetuses, arguments for pain avoidance are useless when thinking about some cases of euthanasia. This is especially true with what's known as non-voluntary euthanasia.
So this would not be MAID. MAID is something in Canada that you would actively sign up for. So non-voluntary euthanasia is when they're just pulling the plug. So this usually people will have a DNR and especially at a certain age. Like I've been very, very, very clear with Papa Lutch, and I'll put it out publicly now, guys. If I'm a vegetable, if something happens and it's not looking good, I'm talking if we're below 40%, not even like 10%, I'm saying unless you have at least 60% chance that I'm going to be back in action, cut it. I ain't living like that. Okay, so I've seen this on an episode of House, the pain thing. Yeah. Right. They did do an episode on that. I think I saw that. I haven't watched through House, like the entire season, but I have seen a lot of episodes, and like, you know, I've talked about when I was younger and Papa Lutch would come home from work and we'd watch TV. Sometimes if there was nothing on, he would like to he would like to watch either, you know, like the news or whatever. So if there's nothing on, he would watch House or CSI. So he'd be like, that's not how that happens. And good times. Yeah, Golden Times is not something in Canada yet. I mean, it was in America, so let's not throw stones too quickly. Sam Marie said, what puzzles me extra is Christian activists when it comes to PB. What am I missing? PB. Pregnant. What's PB? You should not really question God's creation. It's easier to deal with having a trans child than a homosexual child. Yeah, fill me on what PB is. That seems like a pretty big part of this comment. Puberty blockers. Okay, so what puzzles me is Christian activists when it comes to puberty blockers. They should not really question God's creation. It is easier to deal with having a trans kid than a homosexual child. That's a really interesting point about like how is it in the eyes of a Christian, in the eyes of the Bible, in the eyes of the Bible, how is a trans kid easier than a gay kid? Genuine question. What scripture would you use, or what religious Christian value would put one over the other? And so what I want to know, not fully relevant, is how much do we know about gene editing and selection for pregnancies, and how that could impact a baby long term? Do we have studies? I don't think so. They've just figured this shit out in the past few years. And the fact that, like, for sure, there are going to be, you know, designer babies long before we have the studies. We need the babies to do the studies. So if you haven't seen stories about the designer babies, then you know the studies aren't there yet. I said, how do we know that doing so doesn't attribute to things like a rise in autism or actual gender dysphoria? We don't. Ever seen a dog brought into ICD by the heart specialist? No, I have not. You'd have to be a special sort of Christian. Well, I mean, not really, because Christianity, depending on the church, depending on your parish, a lot of Christian churches are not very Christian. They're communal. That's good. I think we need third spaces, but that's all it is. It's every Sunday we just come here and hang out. And maybe we'll talk about something vaguely related to life and how we can tie that back to the Bible. But it's not the same thing as the Catholic Church that I went to for, 15 years.
Some cases of euthanasia. This is especially true with what's...
Guys, I do want to finish this thing. We have this video and one more. We have 2 minutes in this... Or no, we have 2 more? Oh, no, okay. So we have 2 minutes here and then one more, but we are way past the 2.5 hour mark, and we have not even started the last video. I'm gonna stay here because I'm gonna stay here. I'll just let you do with that what you will.
It's known as non-voluntary euthanasia.
And remember that this sounds like shit in my face right now.
Yeah. These cases often involve a decision about removing life support from a patient in a persistent vegetative state. We tend to see these cases as the least morally questionable because if a patient isn't conscious, it can be hard to see how that life has any quality at all. But the thing is, a patient in such a state isn't feeling anything. So arguments based on mercy and pain avoidance.
They don't believe that trans is a choice. But yeah, but okay, so if less permanent would be, again, from the Christian perspective, a less permanent thing would be a less permanent thing that misaligns with Scripture would be better than a thing that is more permanent and isn't in line with Scripture. Summary, so there's even videos on here with interviews of such Christians. Yep, that's what your religion is turning into, and you can't stop it.
In such a state isn't feeling anything. So arguments based on mercy and pain avoidance aren't actually going to work here. And neither will liberty arguments unless the patient's desires were made known before they lost consciousness. Of course, you can make arguments based on concern for the family or financial considerations, but actual patient-centered arguments can be tough to come by in these cases, which might actually shed some light on why we find them less objectionable. By the time a patient is in a state of irreversible unconsciousness, most of the arguments we might have about protecting her from unwanted pain, from a life she doesn't want, all sort of seem misplaced, because at this point, to many people, there really isn't any personhood left. And if you reach that conclusion, you might fall back on the argument that the best way to honor the dignity of the person who once existed is to stop keeping her body alive with machines.
I said, yes, please. That is what I would like. And shout out to Guan. There we go. I was like, again. Shout out to the oh, should I have him here? Venmo. He said, you stay. I dropped it. Once again, take two. You stay. I pay. He's looking for it down there, bro. More. There you go. You can get that freebie on your own time. See that? I like that, where the message is there so that when I bring it back up, everybody gets to see what they want to see. Love it. Thank you so very much. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream with the $5 Venmo. Thank you so much. Let's keep this party raging.
Now, those who take a hard stance on the sanctity of life will, or should for consistency's sake, say that yes, even the life of an individual in a persistent vegetative state is still a life and therefore valuable and should be promoted. But there are other cases of euthanasia to consider as well, those known as voluntary euthanasia. In these cases, a patient has willfully made a decision to die, but she might simply be unable to carry out the act herself, so she asks.
So, okay, hold on, give me 1 second here. So, thank you again, Guam Tech. Everybody put Guam in the chat, keeping that party raging. So, voluntary euthanasia, in these cases, the patient has willfully made a decision to die, but she might simply be unable to carry out the act herself, so she asks someone else to do it for her. Yeah, that is what we're talking about with DNR, do not resuscitate, and same kind of thing. Hey, shout out to Zippy. Oh man, 2 minutes earlier, and you could have stole back the sponsorship spot for a minute. But Guam Tech got you. But either way, thank you so very, very much. You guys are amazing. I really, really, really do appreciate you. Thank you. Zippy with the Rumble Rants. Thank you, sir. We'll star this one to make sure we give you credit. Zippy says you're not become. Oh yeah. Wait. I'm gonna come back to that. But so just so we could time bomb on this, you were saying that it would be easier. It would be easier as a Christian to have a gay kid than a trans kid. Where the fuck is it? Come on. No, did I completely make that up? Maybe I made that up. I could have sworn that somebody said it was easier to have a gay kid than it was to have a trans kid, as in the perspective of Christians. No?
Someone else.
Okay. I mean, that's what I thought was being said. Because obviously I agree. I agree that, homosexuality, number one, is not a choice. But even if it were, then, enacting it is not a permanent thing. So I guess I just made that up. That's weird. I don't know why I thought I said that. I feel like somebody's gaslighting me. Somebody's gaslighting me. I definitely saw that. Anyway, shout out again to Zippy. Zippy said, "You're not becoming a woman. You're being disabled. Something lesser than human. No, step on snake. I do not mean it that way. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. And you're fucking right. Stand on business. You are fucking right. You are not becoming a woman. You are becoming disabled. Something lesser human. That's exactly what is happening." Hey, Sarah Marie. Thank you. With another super chat. I don't know how much it is, but I don't care. I'm looking for the button to fucking full screen me. I'm already full screen. Thank you. Here, bud. Get it, bud. What do you want? Yeah, that's for you. Thank you so very, very much. Oh my goodness. I love you guys. Yeah, Grontek said to Zimby, "I'd say you're not becoming a woman. You're paying to become a lifelong customer to the medical community and be disabled." Yup. Yeah, and then if something is a choice, then it can or if something is if something is a choice, then it can change for for this one. So permanent body alteration. So yes, gay is a choice that doesn't require modification to the body, but trans does require permanent body alterations. Again, I disagree that it is a choice, but for the sake of argument, irrelevant. Awesome. All right. Well, thank you so much, guys. Let's dive right back in.
Die, but she might.
Oh, Sarah Marie on fire tonight. Tonight. Oof. If you were gonna say God equals good, then like, okay, fine, sure. You can define good things and just call it God, but not everything that is good is God. I would argue that anything that is good is not God.
Simply be unable to carry out the act herself, so she asks someone else to do it for her. Likewise, in assisted suicide, the decision still rests with the patient, but here the assistance comes in the form of something like a prescription from a doctor, but the patient is the one who ultimately ends her own life. Unlike
and so like made. Yeah, I guess I just made that up. I could have sworn somebody was like, it would be easier to have a gay kid than a trans kid. I could have sworn I read that out loud. But I guess I'm just crazy. Like with
non-voluntary euthanasia, these cases might be defended using liberty arguments because they center on the patient's freedom to choose whether to live or die. So all of this leaves us with one question, and it's a bit of a big one. What makes life worth living? Next time, we'll say goodbye to Crash Course Philosophy by taking some time to think about what a life well lived looks like. Today, we talked about abortions in cases of
the final video in the Crash Course part of our Philosophy Friday. And stick around because I'm gonna ask you guys about what you would like to do with Fridays going forward. Do you want to continue doing Philosophy Fridays in different ways? I already have somebody that if you do that we can dive a little bit deeper into this stuff. Or Crash Course has a lot of these types of playlists where they kind of do a 101 on basic stuff. Some of them are going to be a little outside of our wheelhouse, but like I'm pretty sure they have I'm pretty sure they have a psychology one as well. So for now, if you have any ideas, just put them in the chat, but and then we'll use that to make a poll. And then I'll throw that poll to the community tab, and next week we'll know what the fuck is good. Let's finish her up this season finale.
It's your funeral. No,
God, free will, choices.
Actually, you're dead. Your loved ones.
Wait, what? What about dying?
It's your funeral. No, actually, you're dead. Your loved ones are all sitting around reminiscing about your life. What are they saying? How will you be remembered? Did you have a good life? How would we know? What constitutes a good life?
Ooh, what constitutes a good life? If I had to answer the question, what constitutes a good life? I think I would have to say something along the lines of contentment. I think contentment. Because the fact of whatever kinds of things that you might want, wait, 1, 2, 3. Let me give you 3. Yeah, I think contentment, being content with whatever it is that makes you content.
To be remembered. Did you have a good life? How would we know? What constitutes a good life? The first thing to consider is whether the value of a life is determined by the liver of that life or by other people. What if your last thought before you died
Yeah, right. Like God put you in the wrong body? Okay, if you say so.
was that you had had a perfect life? But when your loved ones sit around and discuss it, they all decide that your life was kind of awful. Is that possible? Could they be right about your life and you be wrong? Or
Could they be right about your life and you're wrong? Yes, if we're talking about an objective standard. But the problem is that that's a personal opinion, and nobody else has the experiential information of what it was like to live that life. So let's say you're a 25-year-old heroin addict. You might decide that you love life. You're just high all day. You have no responsibilities. Whatever. Trust me. Doing opiates or opioids or anything in that, it's gonna feel nice for a long time until it doesn't, of course. But if you're that person, then in that mindset, or let's say you're 22. Let's go before the 25. Your brain's fully developed. You're 2 years old. You're a heroin addict, and then you get into an accident, and you're unconscious. And your family might say, well, he's just sitting around doing drugs. Should we really resuscitate him for that? And I think they may be right on the sense that he's not doing much, but that's not their choice. That's not their choice. I think that's it's just too simple. And said, I think resilience is an indicator of a good life. Okay. I would not have gone there, but I like that. Resilience is an indicator of. Say more on that. What exactly do you mean? Because I agree, but what exactly do you mean? Context said a good life is where you cause as little harm as possible and honestly try to add more for the ones around you than you took. Hopefully, you're able to be 1% better every day along the way. And I mean, sure. I think this is a little. I feel like if we're talking about a good life, then your own satisfaction in certain things themselves, maybe not material things, but accomplishments, relationships, like things that have happened. I don't necessarily know that just being better at a thing every day is happiness. I think it like that is a moral life, but is that the same thing as a good life? I don't know.
was kind of awful. Is that possible? Could they be right about your life and you be wrong? Or run it the other way. What if everyone else thinks your life was amazing, but you die miserable feeling your life was a total waste? Who's right? And which of these two options would you prefer? We have reached the end of Crash Course Philosophy, and it's time to examine your own life. And that means asking yourself some big questions, like, are you living the way you think you should?
Put a 1 in the chat if you are living the way you think you should. Are you living the way you think you should? I've just made a small change in my life that I'm keeping to myself, but I took a small change in my life that I wasn't living the way that I thought I should. And I decided to make a change. So far, doing all right, but definitely a lot to change. So I would say no, I am not living the way I think I should. I'm on my way. And said yes. Shout out to you. But yeah, I think I'm a little I'm definitely living in a much better way than I was 10 years ago. That's for sure. That's inarguable. But there's just too much. I have too many vices. I don't want to feel like if I don't like I don't want to feel like there has to be alcohol in this mug. Even though it's mostly water. Like, I don't want to feel like I have to do that. But I do. And I don't want to. I don't want to be addicted to Kratom. I am. Zibby knows what I mean. I don't want to necessarily be so dependent on my anxiety medication. I have other avenues. I've talked to my dad a lot about things like magnesium and folic acid and stuff to try to get away from the benzos. Like, I have the anxiety. I got to deal with it, but there's better ways to deal with it than the drug that'll just kind of like knock it out and not give you any skills to deal with anxiety. Even smoking weed. Like, I don't have a problem with it, but I would love to be somebody who didn't need to smoke. That's too quick. After the change, good or bad? Okay, so we're good right now? Cool. Yeah, all right. They fucking with it. I mean, this video did have the 18 plus warning. So, you never know. Thank you guys. Thank you. Yeah, so in general, that's the last thing. Yeah, you guys know all about that, don't you? I said it while I was not plugged in. I was like, I guess it's time for a new microphone. Donate to the cause. But yeah, so like, even though I have the anxiety and I have to deal with the anxiety, I've talked to my dad about things like magnesium and folic acid that can help lower the dependence on the Klonopin. That would be I would like to be living that way, and I'm not doing that. I would like to have a workout routine, even if it's just doing 10 push-ups every day. Stuff like that is routine. It's hard for me because I just don't have a regular schedule. Because despite what Michael Blackman, the fucking loser who got kicked out of the free speech platform for being that much of a dick, tried to act like I don't work or something. I don't know. Anyway, with 3 different jobs that are all, it's like, being on call, different schedule every week. It's really, really difficult to have any kind of routine. And so I can't be like, okay, I'm going to get up early every day and do this because, well, I do this and I stay up late with you guys. And then sometimes when let's say I were to wake up early, being 11 o'clock, and then do stuff that, well, okay, if I have a client at 1 p.m. and I have to drive 40 minutes away, then that's not something I can do. And so it's not healthy to be, all that stuff. Yeah, bro. I am done. All right, here, a public service announcement. Discord is my Discord. No, I don't know about other people. My Discord server is a free speech platform. And what that means is there's not a single word or phrase that because you've uttered it, now you're banned. You can say the N word. You can say the F word. You can say whatever the fuck you want. that does not mean that I'm willing to just let it be the wild, wild west. And if you're coming in and disrupting the way that people of very different, diverse ideologies and all that stuff, we're all coming together and having interesting conversations. It gets heated. We yell at each other and whatever. But at the end of the day, we all understand that we're there for that. And if you guys remember, I see it, Zippy. If you guys remember Saint Michael, the guy who came up here with a voice changer, and I don't even remember what. Guilty about promising you guys, oh, it's a free speech platform, and now somebody's saying things, and it's ruining the flow of the community. And I'm torn between, like, okay, should I just let this dude just fucking spam religious shit 24/7 or fight with everybody and call everybody? Should I allow that because it's free speech? Or does it make more sense to actually be like, look, I'm just going to be the arbiter. I'm going to say what is right and what is wrong. I think I have a good enough ability to determine what is, like, ask people like Mood, ask people like Film Buff, ask people like Chester left, but he'll be back. It's not about, having my opinions. It's not about just, oh, you disrespected me. It's not about, oh, you interrupted me. It's not about any of that. It's about the fact that we are trying to build a community and you are disrupting that. So bye. Anyway, moving on. Our boy Zippy sent $1 for the new microphone. Thank you so very, very much. And of course, sir. Oh, one more. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. Very, very much. Much appreciated. Fucking pardon? My nipples are fine. Thank you. Why would they not be? All right. Am said, I'm not saying I'm living perfectly, but I do live based on my morals, and I also act on them. I am not afraid of my emotions nor showing them. I trust my intuition and have found success by doing so. Hey, there you go. I mean, cheers to you. You're a moron. Yeah, and I think that, again, this is similar to one of the poll questions. It's like, okay, well, what do you mean? Like, am I unhappy with the way that I'm living? No, I'm not unhappy with the way that I'm living. I'm happier with the way that I'm living than I ever have been before. But I should be living even better. The Discord crown ever weigh heavily. Yeah, man. And I mean, like, so for this thing with Michael, when I kicked him, and then I feel like I owe you guys a full explanation of why this isn't just, oh, well, Letch doesn't like this person, or Letch is getting butthurt, or whatever. Because I don't want you guys to feel like, oh no, am I next? Do I have to pretend that I agree with Letch, or is he gonna? No. I got multiple DMs of saying, yo, this motherfucker is just spamming my DMs. I think how many did I get here? Jesus Christ. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 DMs while I was on stream trying to give him a day pass for the voice channel so that he could debate Mood. And he was being demanding about it. I was like, as soon as we're done, we'll do it. And so, well, just give it to me now. That's not fair. And then we did the debate. He lost the debate. And he's like, so you're taking my thing away already? Like, yeah. Did you pay for it? Everybody here fucking paid for it, or somebody else paid for it for them. You don't just get free shit because you want free shit. But you got free shit, and you're still bitching. I'm going to go with Samurai here. Happiness is a state of mind and relative. And given that I want to stay in a happy state of mind, we're going to leave that behind. But I'm glad I got to address it. Moving on. Are you living the way you think you should? I am definitely not living the way I think I should, but I absolutely think that I could do better.
Are you working toward goals you actually care about? How important?
Yes, that I am definitely working towards. Nobody's gonna miss him. I'm definitely working towards goals that are important for sure.
Like, are you living the way you think you should? Are you working toward goals you actually care about? How important are these things to you? Right now, the choices you make, the way you spend your time, these things are shaping the type of life you'll lead. So think about what matters. Because as Socrates said, the unexamined life is not worth living.
Shout out. Shout out. All right, guys, this is the last one. It's over. Again, think about what you would like to do in the future for Philosophy Friday. And it doesn't have to be Philosophy Friday, but Friday is usually a little bit of a slower night. So if we could do something that's a little bit more focused, then that works out better for everybody. Like I said, we could. There's a thing about Camus that it has to do with like absurdism and nihilism and stuff that we could get into. More into different types of philosophy. I'm sure somebody would be down for Stoicism, but you let me know, guys. You let me know, and like I said, we'll make a poll out of that in here, and then I'll throw that to the community tab. By next week, you guys will have chosen exactly what we're doing.
The 20th century French philosopher Albert Camus recounted the ancient Greek myth of Sisyphus. You've probably heard of it. Due to various trends.
I think he's going to explain it pretty well, but put a one in the chat if you have not heard of Sisyphus. Yep. Oh, yeah. Friday. TGIF.
Aggressions he'd committed, Sisyphus was condemned by the gods to roll a boulder up a mountain. And when he reached the top, the boulder would roll back down, and then Sisyphus would have to start all over again. This was the entirety of his existence. He couldn't do anything else. It was just up and down the hill in a never-ending cycle.
So that's the story of Sisyphus. That he was I don't even remember why. It doesn't really matter. But the idea is that his existence is merely pushing a boulder up a hill, and then it rolls back down, or it rolls down the other side. And then he's gonna go and push the boulder back up the hill. I think it works better if it rolls back down. But either way, and that's his entire existence. And so just thinking about why doesn't he end himself? Why is that a good life? Would I want to do that? All that kind of stuff. So that is Sisyphus. Sisyphus is just stuck rolling a boulder up a mountain for eternity. For eternity.
He couldn't do anything else. It was just up and down the hill in a never-ending cycle. And you know what Camus said about that? He said, "We must imagine Sisyphus happy." Really? Happy? Well, Camus was an existentialist, and he thought that each one of us basically is Sisyphus. Nothing that any of us does is inherently important because stuff just doesn't have any inherent meaning.
Agreed. So like I said, if you would like to learn more about Albert Camus, then that is definitely an option. Gontek said, "I really like that Socrates quote. I get so upset thinking about the amount of people who don't do a little digging into how they actually think. I don't expect anyone to be a full-on philosopher, but at least take some time to understand yourself a little and grow more from it, or a little more and grow from it." Exactly. But the problem is that if you don't know that there is more to be gained, even selfishly, if you don't understand that there's selfishly more for you to gain by opening up your mind, missing it a full week with people like that on vacation. Oof. Well, now you're back in the Thunderdome. Welcome back. But yeah, it's the same thing with politics. That's why I continue to talk about more local, not local, but smaller level cultural issues, because that's who the people who care about that stuff. Those are the people that we need to get to care about the bigger stuff. The reason they care about the smaller stuff so much is because they don't understand that there's bigger stuff to care about. And so it's not that the littler stuff doesn't matter at all. It does matter. And so if that is addressed, and you're like, yeah, okay, I agree with you, and this is this, that, and that. But this is happening. That is how you bring people in. Zippy said, "Meaning is what you give it. Am I word soup, or do I speak word soup? I am what I am, a grumpy pussy." Never know. The next Socrates, right? Context said, like I said, I needed some brain food. It's good to be back with you all, you beautiful bastards. Well, we're glad to have you, sir. We are glad to have you. Mad Max, still one responsible for how one chooses to react. Yeah. At any point, right? So how can we imagine him living a good
The thing
life?
that any of us does is inherently important because stuff just doesn't have any inherent meaning. We're all just rolling boulders up hills. But we can choose to give meaning to what we do. After all, we decide what to value, so when we throw ourselves into a task, it becomes filled with meaning. Meaning we give to it.
Meaning we give to it. So anybody who talks about like, oh, if you're an atheist, then you have no purpose in life. Like, no, I've just chosen a different purpose than you have. You've chosen your faith, and I've chosen different things like this channel and this community. You might think that you didn't choose that, but that's what Dogma does.
Some people find this story of Sisyphus to be really depressing because on the one hand, it's kind of saying that nothing you do matters. But on the other hand, it's saying that anything you do matters, provided you choose to imbue it with value.
Anything that you do can matter, provided that you choose to imbue it with value.
Bingo.
If people understand that and live that, explain to me why we need religion.
Bingo.
You got it. All right, guys, this is the final thought bubble flash philosophy. Let's do it.
Become a doctor and save lives, be a stay-at-home parent and create a beautiful childhood for your kids, be an amazing best friend. Find a career that gives you the space in your life to pursue a hobby you adore. Volunteer your time promoting a cause you care about.
Hey, shout out to John. Welcome to the party. Said, as much as we want to vote Trump, don't you sometimes, like me, get really pissed off at the MAGA base? Also, yes, I'm libertarian, but I can't ignore the crap Trump and his base is pushing, which is lunacy at times. That's politics, my friend. That is politics. And no matter who the candidate is, no matter what the political landscape is, there was always going to be stupid, ignorant, and counterproductive people on both sides. It sucks. It does piss me off when people are like we're talking about the woke right, where it's like, oh my God, there's a gay in a thing, so we have to make a big deal about this TV show because there's a gay in it. Like, bro, chill the fuck out. Nobody gives a shit. When it was a different thing where they were people weren't paying attention to that, and we were like, hey, do you not see what they're doing? That's one thing. But now everybody's like, yeah, okay. And so if you're stuck in that, it's no different than the wokies who are stuck in, oh my God, that's racist. Oh my God, that's sexist. Everything is racist. Everything is sexist. You have to move on. And that's a big part of why here I like to have our eyes on different aspects so that we can have a good understanding of what the political landscape is at any given time, so that when something happens, we have a better understanding of how that affects the rest of everything else and not looking at things in a vacuum. Welcome to the party, John. Sam Marie said, for many, even brushing your teeth in the morning is pointless. Well, if one doesn't, at the least, the dentist gets more work. There you go. John said, agreed. The woke right will attack the FBI and government expansion all the time, but completely ignore the fact that Trump claimed to expand the FBI in Washington and support federal stop and frisk. Yeah, and I mean, we definitely get into the litigating, this policy and that policy, but your overall point that the dogma of this good, that bad, the dichotomy of my side good, your side bad, is not good or productive for any of us individually or for us as a country. Yeah. Because I mean, we could get into the specifics, and maybe on a different day we would, but I agree with you 100% on the sentiment. Zibby says, not voting is probably the only way to take power away from the system, as the system will screw you over regardless. But tens of thousands would have to not to vote. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Damned if you do, damned
the
if you
space in
don't.
your life to pursue a hobby you adore. Volunteer your time promoting a cause you care about. Put your energy into amassing a great deal of wealth. Become a champion Scrabble player. Feed squirrels. It doesn't matter what you do. What matters is that it's meaning-making for you. The existentialist message is that your life is in your hands. You and only you have the power to make your life great, and only you can evaluate its greatness. Contemporary America.
Hey, no apologies necessary, brother. Everything is on topic. And hey, man, when you're making good points, then that's what we're here for. So thank you. No apology necessary. What is Joanne Quilla?
Power to make your life great, and only you can evaluate its greatness. Contemporary American philosopher Joanne Chula encourages you to think about the philosophy of
Chula? That spells Chula? Okay, sorry.
Your work. She reminds us that for most of your life, you're going to spend more of your waking hours at work than anywhere else.
Not me. From the time I was in high school, I was like, nope. Not doing that. So I went to school for psychology and graduated, got my degree, but I was never going to go into that line of work. I got an internship like right after I graduated, and within a month I was like, oh, this isn't for me. I've just decided, like, knowing people who, when we were younger and I was still not ready to grow up and getting into drugs and stuff, and I had other friends who were ready to start their lives and going into corporate positions and moving up and all that stuff. Like, I mean, good for you, but I don't want that. And I definitely didn't have a plan all the way through, but I always had trust in myself that I don't need some giant corporation to make something of myself. And even YouTube is a giant corporation, but hopefully I can use them enough to get a large enough platform that even if for some reason YouTube goes down or they ban me or whatever, that y'all will follow me to Rumble or Kick or wherever else. I don't remember what I was saying. Oh yeah. But for most people, no, that's where I was going. That being said, even though I'm not at work, meaning in a building where my employer is there, I still spend 90% of my time, quote unquote, at work. Now, again, I've made sure that my work is something that I enjoy. This is my work. I am working right now. As evidenced by our boy John with a $10 super sticker. God damn. I'll give him a piece of cheese for that. Let's get some cheese for that. Yummy. And of course, sir, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Thank you so very, very much. And I mean, it's just, I could definitely be in a situation where I am making more money than I am right now. I could be in a situation where if I'd stuck out things like the psychology industry and all that I'd probably be making good money right now, but I would not be enjoying my life. And I'm not willing to put off the enjoyment of arguably and possibly my best years, especially when your best friend, aka brother, dies at 23. There's no way that you could possibly see the future as a given. And so every day, maybe it's my last. So dilly. I might die in my sleep. Who knows? Sam Marie said work is relative. Yeah. Now that was about. I'm really not trying to bring up Michael again, but that triggered me. When he tried to act like YouTube is not a job. It's like, okay, yes, I'm a small channel. I'm not making a lot of money. That doesn't make it not a job, you fucking moron. Like, you would never say that, I don't know, Steven Crowder doesn't have a job. You would never say that Tim Cass doesn't have a job. You'd never say, like, I don't know why it triggered me, but it triggered me. John said, appreciate your commentary. I've been following you for a while, but I haven't had time to watch lives until now. Well, welcome once again to the party. As I always say, this is the best part. Dilly to you, sir. Gromtek said to John that dissenting voices can only do two things: force you to make your argument better, or see where your logic has gaps and change accordingly. And by doing that, making your argument better. Embrace dissent. Don't be an asshole about it. Bingo. Exactly. That didn't happen. You didn't see
that for most of your life, you're going to spend more of your waking hours at work than anywhere else. So find a job you love. If you don't love it, find a different one, even if it has less status.
Yup.
Highest paying job is not always the best job. Basically, existentialists tell us that our lives are in our hands.
And that is why I can understand, because I've been a Christian, but it's hard for me to get back in that mindset of putting my life in or not putting my life, but that the fact that my life is in the hands of some being that I've never talked to, I've never had any understanding of, I've never had any experience of, and that's just it. And like, I'm told that it's eventually all good, but in the Catholic Church, there's lots of guilt, so that'll drive you to self-deletion. And just the empowerment. We talk about, empowerment is such a commonly used in a woke context. So like, oh, I'm a strong, independent woman. I'm empowered by no. But like, what's really empowering is taking 3 hits of acid. I just did that. I don't know. 3 hits of acid and being scared out of your fucking gourd, and then coming out the other side and realizing, oh wow, I made it through that. Throwing away your so-called safety blanket of believing that there's a man in the sky who has everything planned out for you, and then you're going to sit on a cloud and live happily ever after for eternity. And you get rid of that safety blanket, and now you're in charge of everything in your life. That is empowering. And maybe you don't believe that is is in accordance with reality. We can litigate that on a different day, but you cannot argue that being, even think about it. If you believe that God is in control of your life, would that not be empowering if you were that God? And I'm not saying that I am a God. I'm just saying I have that power of controlling my life as much as outside factors I can't control, but you know what I mean?
Not always the best job. Basically, existentialists tell us that our lives are in our hands. So if you're unhappy, change it. Now let's head over to the thought bubble for our final flash philosophy.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess that one wasn't the last one, but now we have our last one. Before we go there, Sam Marie. So my dream is actually to be able to live and work on a farm. Due to conditions, I can't do such a thing on my own. We don't all get to live our dreams. That's life. Yeah. And the other side of that is that, sometimes there's as much as taking control of everything like that can be empowering, that there's also an aspect of simplicity. I'll take it out of the religious context. And when I was a drug addict, when I was just doing pills, like, that's all I care. It was a very singularly focused existence. It was, how do I get high? Or what can I do that's going to maximize this high? 2 states of being. That's it. Nothing else mattered. And it was very, very simple. I miss that simplicity. I don't miss everything else that came with it, but I definitely miss the simplicity. Man up, Bo. Man up. You got it. That last trip whatever made you think that you want to say this is exactly why you should do it again. That's not advice. That's, I don't know, legal stuff. I'm not telling you to do drugs, but at this point, yeah, it had to have been, because at this point I look for the bad trips, because yeah, it's fun to have, and I don't do that. It's been years since I've done it. may or may not have some ready to go. But I stream to you motherfuckers every day. I can't be whacked out. Maybe one day. Maybe when I have enough confidence that you guys can entertain yourselves, I'll just be like, what was they talking about? Oh my god, like, bro, like the thing is, and it was like just like but yeah, you have these bad trips, and again, it's scary. My first trip ever was when I was living in I had just moved into my first house after college. And again, I've told the story before. It was a frat house. I wasn't in the frat, but long story short, the master bedroom of the off-campus frat house was my room. Bunch of people are tripping. Everybody's going buck wild. So everybody's taking at least one tab of acid, and most other people took at least one tab of ecstasy, not Molly, the pill ecstasy, and some people were doing coke. So I only did the one tab of acid, while everybody else was doing a lot more than that. So if you know anything about tripping, then it has a certain type of life where it starts slow and you start get giggly, and then you get into this stupefied state where it's just like colors and lights, and it's just all like, oh my god, look at that. But then that kind of tapers off, and you get into this more intellectual phase where it's like, oh my god, I'm thinking about my life, dude, like we're like one with the universe and whatever. So what had happened was, because I had only taken the one tab and everybody else had taken more, my timeline was way off from everybody else. So I'm coming down from my stupefied stage and trying to have these deep discussions about the world and life and all this stuff. And everybody else is still like, oh, look at the colors. I thought they were all robots. I legitimately thought they were all robots, because I didn't know them. I had just moved in. I didn't know them that well. I had to go to the basement. I had to call my friend from high school. And I was like, bro, I'm fucking terrified right now. I don't know what's going on. And he gave me the best advice ever for acid. He said, shut up. You took drugs. Go upstairs and dance. And he hung up the phone. And I did it. And then the fear went away. And it was an amazing night. It was an amazing night. I don't know. I know that was a detour, but I have a special place in my heart for the psychedelics. I'm saying about ready for another deep dive with my old friend Psilocybin. It's been a while, and I'm sure she will not be kind to me, but I look forward to it. Yeah, I've got some chocolate. May or may not have some chocolate in the freezer, and I got some caps. So I'm ready to go. There you go. Sure, fair. I just think that shrooms or psilocybin, for me personally, doesn't have that. It doesn't have that guttural emotional hit. Like if you, the scene where, let's see this. So we're gonna have to do this. We're gonna have to do this on mute. But this what. Wait a minute. Is there a new episode? Oh, okay. I was like, wait, we have a new House of Dragon. Okay. What am I looking for? Strange Astro. Yeah.
You're a man.
So, I mean, if you are familiar with the movie, long story short, she's, super wise magic user, and he's, a doctor, very down to earth, a man of science and whatever. He's like, I do not believe in fairy tales about chakras or energy or the power of belief. There is no such thing as spirit. We are made of matter, nothing more. You're just another tiny, momentary speck within an indifferent universe. And she's like, oh, you think? Do ya? Is that what you think? That's what it feels like. That right there. And we were like, oh my God, what am I seeing? What's happening? Ah! Okay, I can, this is kind of cool. This is kind of weird. This is kind of cool. Yeah. So that's the one. That's the one. That's a damn good advice. Yep. Shut up and dance. That's the way. John said that's hard for me because when I'm tripping, I feel like I forget who I am and everyone I know, which taught me a lot about myself and helped me realize, downsize my possessions, realizing I had a bad hoarding issue. Yeah, well, and that's the thing, is that even in the lessons come from the bad trips. Because what is a bad trip except you like, think about whether it's shrooms or acid or any other psychedelic. Like, the shroom isn't making your brain do something it can't do. It's just lighting up a part or multiple parts of your brain that were inactive or not as active or not as connected. So that's already there. The thoughts that you have, the ideas that you have, they're already in there. It's just that the psychedelic will allow your brain to make the connections that your conscious mind is trying to block out. You're like, no, I know I drink too much, but we're not thinking about that. And you might trip, and then everything turns into a giant vodka bottle. I'm like, we're coming for you. Like, that's gonna be fucking terrifying. But then we were like, okay, well, maybe I shouldn't be drinking that much. Maybe I shouldn't be hoarding. And you get better. I don't know. I mean, it's so different for everybody that I can't really tell everybody they should. But I, in my personal humble opinion, think that it would be beneficial if everybody did at least one trip of LSD. That's just my opinion. Rowdy Ruff said, when I think about what you have to do and be to get into heaven, makes it sound like a very boring, unpleasant place. I'd rather risk burning in the afterlife. As a bit of a pyro, I'd at least be entertained. There you go. There you go. Well, I said, I still remember dropping acid with a big group of friends. Bad idea. 3 or less. 75% of our conversations either began or ended with fucking acid, dude. And we all knew what the other person was talking about. Yeah, there's a song by Seosin called Voices. Shout out to the fungi. It's called Voices, and the lyrics are, we're speaking different voices. We're fighting with the ones we love. And if you understand, when you're in that stupefied phase, your thoughts are going, your thoughts are going at a very fast rate, and then you're jumping from one line of thought to the other. And so you'll think of something interesting, and by the time you're like, oh, I should say that to somebody, then your mind's already had 7 other different thoughts. So now you're trying to remember the thought that you had while other thoughts are still coming to try to say it. And what never mind. Fucking acid, dude. That's what happens. And you end up, if you don't understand, then you end up arguing with people because it's like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? And then the next part is, we speak in different voices. When will we say what we're thinking of? I heard this on the trip back from the Jersey Shore. That was the house was my second trip. This is my first trip. I at the very end, coming down, intellectual phase, the stupefied phase is gone, and I hear that. I'm like, bro, they wrote this song for me. They wrote this song for me. Maybe they wrote it for Zippy, but in that moment, it felt like they wrote it for me. All right, let's finish this up, guys. The final Flesh Philosophy Thought Bubble. Let's do it.
20th century American philosopher Robert Nozick asked us to imagine that scientists had developed the ultimate innovation in virtual reality.
Well, we don't need to imagine because that already exists now.
Known as the experience machine. This machine allows you to have any experience you like for as long as you like. An hour, a day, 2 years, even the rest of your life if you.
And we already have the notion of time dilation. That was in Interstellar. That was in Black Mirror, where they can just either electronically turn the time up, or rather down, and you experience 3 weeks within 30 seconds, or depending on the scientific aspects of astrology, then time could be different.
experience you like for as long as you like, an hour, a day, 2 years, even the rest of your life if you want. Your body will rest comfortably in a bed tended by scientists and nourished through feeding tubes. Meanwhile, your mind will experience the best your imagination has to offer. You can achieve fame and fortune, cure cancer, climb mountains, date Beyonce, whatever you choose. And the simulation is so complete that while you're in the machine, you'll be convinced that these experiences are really happening.
Again, guys, this is already what the metaverse is like. But yeah, to put a tie bomb on that, absolutely beautifully said. Absolutely beautifully said. I mean, the biggest thing that was surprising to me about doing acid the first time was how lucid I actually was. Like when they show scenes on TV, I think the best one was that Woodstock movie with Dimitri Martin. I forget what it's called, but they always show they'll show a movie and then they take the drugs and then the screen will just be like colors and shapes and stuff. And that's what I expected, that my whole field of vision, I just be like, oh my God. And like you can, but you're still like aware that you're like me and like, you know what I mean? I expected you to not be able to, like, Akon drove me home from college one day and he was on acid. I didn't know that when I got in the car, but he told me, and he's like, I knew you wouldn't get in the car, but he's like, I got this. I was like, all right. And he had it. I had it. Samarie said, I hope my time is done before all choose to do this. I said, shit, me too.
So complete that while you're in the machine, you'll be convinced that these experiences are really happening. It will feel as real as the experiences you're having right now. There will be no way to tell it's a simulation.
How do you know this isn't a simulation already?
Now, Nozick had no interest in entering such a machine, and he thought that most of us wouldn't either, because the experiences it gives us don't correspond with reality.
Oh, sorry, bro. You were super wrong. People are dying to jump into virtual reality and never have to deal with real life again.
Even though you might feel like you're having meaningful relationships in the machine, in the actual world, those people would be out living their own lives with.
But they wouldn't be out living their own lives. They would be there living that fake life, which is exactly what happens.
Without you while you're laying in bed having simulated experiences of being with them. And if having an actual impact on the real world is important to you, well, that's one thing the experience machine wouldn't be able to give you.
But again, that raises, okay, well, how would you know? How would you know? If we're already in a simulation and you simulate this simulation, then you couldn't possibly have the experience of, oh no, the real world. You never had an experience of the real world. This is the real world. It's exactly like the Matrix.
However, if you're a hedonist, that is, a person who believes the good is equal to the pleasurable, then
I told you this would come back up. People believe that the good is equal to the pleasurable. If it feels good, it must be moral. That is leftism. Leftism has turned into hedonism with mental gymnastics and virtue signaling.
simply having whatever experiences you desire is what you're after. So it might be hard to see why you shouldn't take the old experience machine for a spin.
Maybe 7 years ago, but today it's quite clear.
After all, it could let you experience things you could never have otherwise. So, what do you say? You want to go in there? Thanks, Thought Bubble.
All right, well, I mean, let's see. Would you live in the Matrix? Would you live in the Matrix?
Now, of course, the ancient Greeks had their own ideas about what a good life was. Socrates cautioned the people of Athens to avoid...
I love this picture. I know that I know nothing except for that one thing.
Complacency. He said you should be critical of your own life. Don't wait for someone to come along and save you.
Like God or Jesus?
Save yourself. And if...
Dilly dilly to that. Stop waiting for somebody to save you and fix shit yourself, whether you're talking about your soul or your country.
Be critical of your own life. Don't wait for someone to come along and save you. Save yourself. And if this study of philosophy has taught you anything, it's that things are not always as they seem, and great good can come from looking deeper, challenging the status quo, and being willing to question everything, including how you live.
And what you believe.
Remember eudaimonia? Back when we talked about Aristotle and virtue theory, I brought this up. It describes a life of flourishing, a life in which a person is constantly striving for self-improvement, to be more virtuous, more wise, more thoughtful, and self-aware. Better.
So, okay, Guamtech said I can't even play video games without feeling bad about it anymore. Good. You shouldn't. Or you put that aside. You know what I meant. But what if you could play video games without feeling bad? Would you play video games? If not, why do you think that you wouldn't play video games if it didn't make you feel bad? Because to Zippy's point, you may already be doing the Matrix. You may already be living in a simulation. And statistically, it is almost implausibly more likely that we don't live in a base reality. Because we do have simulations of things. So simulation, the concept of a simulated world does exist. I mean, you guys fucking play video games. You know how expansive that shit could be. And so and those are just video games within this level of reality that we know simulate real life. And we have the VR. And we have a haptic, what is it called? The haptic feedback suits and stuff. What reason would you have to think that this is base reality? John said, either live in this simulation or possibly the real world where the most struggling person in this simulation has it better than those in reality. Make a good argument. This was Cypher's argument in the Matrix, right? Zippy said, I maybe played a couple hours on a game in the past week. Been reading comics to unwind. Word up. Tamarie said, I wish I managed to find a funny video I saw with a guy humorously thanking the simulation for the simplest things, such as sunrises, birds twittering, and so on. Yeah. It really highlights that, like, you take these things for granted because they're just embedded in your experience. So, like, we notice things that are different, but hearing birds, that's something you've done since you could understand what the fuck a bird was. Even before that, you were hearing birds. And so what would you thank that for? But, like, that is if you're deaf, I'm sure that, you know, hearing a bird song would be one of the most amazing things, right? Well, I'm thinking I have too much to do in the real world. That's what makes me feel bad. If we're in a simulation now, then I need to make the most out of this one before jumping into another one. Okay, so what if you had a time stopper? You remember that movie, Time Stoppers? You can stop time for, let's even cut it down. You can stop time for 90 minutes at a time. Would you feel bad using that 90 minutes to play video games? And the time has stopped, so you can't do stuff in the real world. Time has stopped. If you had that button, would you use it?
A life of flourishing, a life in which a person is constantly striving for self-improvement, to be more virtuous, more wise, more thoughtful, and self-aware. Better. This was Aristotle's idea of a life well lived. He wouldn't agree with Camus that we all get to make our own meaning and that there are infinite ways to live a good life, and he certainly wouldn't endorse the use of the experience machine. Aristotle believed in a human essence, that there's a proper way to be a human being, and that will only flourish by finding that path.
I can agree that there might be a right way, but if that is the case, then the right way is way wider than one particular ideology. So I wouldn't, like, again, so when we're talking about future Philosophy Friday, like, oh, this idea of what is Aristotle's idea of the human essence? I'm sure if we, if we search something for wait, who was it? Aristotle. Aristotle. Why does my brain not work? Human essence. Human. Did I spell that wrong? But I mean, boom, 3 minutes, 8 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. We're gonna 23 minutes. Boom, we got 23 minutes here. I can make a whole stream out of that. I mean, I don't know for sure, but you know, there's stuff here. So like that's what I'm saying. I would love to be able to get into more of this stuff. But you know, I want to do what you guys want to do. If I didn't have the responsibilities, then yes, I would use it. As long as it didn't take away from what needs to be done in the real world, then yes, I would. Okay, I missed that. Like, yeah, word up. Who wouldn't? John said, do you think possibly every human is connected and we could all just be one person experiencing multiple lives in a single man's simulation? Yes, that is absolutely possible. Absolutely possible. Yeah, either way. Why? Why would you pity that man? That man gets to have every experience that you've never had. Everything that you're afraid of, that you see other people, oh, I could never do that. They get to do that. And yes, there's suffering and there's well-being, but why would you pity that man? I think that would be amazing. And I think that really highlights the difference between somebody who looks at this life as all we have versus the existence of an afterlife.
A proper way to be a human being, and that will only flourish by finding that path. Aristotle said humans are the rational animal, so living a good human life means seeking to know.
I don't disagree, but a little too slim, but fair.
Know your world, know yourself, and strive to govern yourself through reason. Work to be the best, most virtuous version of yourself. Underachievers, in this view, cannot live good lives. Aristotle also believed that some ways of living are definitely better or worse than others. So if you want to be a good human, what you prefer has nothing to do with it. Choosing to be a couch potato or to indulge one's pleasures, he said, is to live a not good life.
God damn it! That's all I want to do!
This stands in stark contrast to the picture we get from Camus, who said that we are all the determiners of the value of our own lives.
I am going to be the best Netflix watcher in all of existence in human history.
So a guy from ancient Greece and a guy from 20th century France are sending you conflicting signals. What does that tell us? Well,
it tells us that there is no right or wrong answer for all of your life. Despite the fact that people will tell you, there goes a good life, despite what some religions, some dogmas will tell you, that this is a necessary part, and this is a necessary sacrifice or something that you just cannot engage in. They don't know. That's just their opinion. No, time itself stops, so you do not age. Just like, again, if you think back to Inception, Matthew McConaughey did not get older, but his kids did. Time dilation.
A guy from 20th century France are sending you conflicting signals. What does that tell us?
Hungry
Well, in our very first episode, we talked about how
Hungry
philosophers
Days.
are still grappling with many of the same questions that were first posed 2,500 years ago. And now, 46 episodes later, you can see that they are still disagreeing with each other.
Yeah.
But at this point, hopefully you see that all of the questioning and disagreeing isn't some character flaw that all philosophers have. It, in itself, is a deliberate, chosen way to live.
It's a deliberate, chosen way to live. Now, we need to be able to understand that if you are a religious person, that is still a chosen way to live. You may believe things about that. You may believe things about the supernatural. You may believe things about whatever else. But that's just your opinion, man. That's like just your opinion, man. And if you're not able to back it up, then okay, that, you know, not everybody has to be able to articulate exactly why they believe what they believe. But if you're asking me to follow, you goddamn better well be able to articulate. Because I can definitely articulate why I do not need your ideology. I do not need your beliefs. I do not need your dogma. So if you cannot tell me why I do, then I don't know what we're doing here. I don't know what we're doing here. Context. And I personally like to think that we're all nodes of a divine and universal consciousness. Our limits are what creates the ability for the divine to experience and understand itself. If you had just said, for the universe to experience itself and understand itself, I've been like, fuck yeah, exactly. What was the divine? What exactly is the divine? I personally like to think we are all nodes of a universal consciousness. And our limits are what creates the ability for the universe to experience and understand itself. Is that a different thing than what you mean with this? Samarie said, surely if a religion told people that they had to start their day by putting their pointer finger in the black hole, they do so, even without a given reason.
Bingo.
That is why dogma is bad. You might start finger popping each other's assholes because God told you to do it. And again, just the big one with divine command. If God told you that the only way to get into heaven was SA five-year-olds, would you do it? Then you don't really believe, do you? You don't really believe in God. If God told you to do a thing, you wouldn't do it. That's it. That's it. Because if you did, then you'd do it. I mean, Abraham did it. He was about to kill his fucking son. We can talk about how fucked up it is that God wanted him to do that in the first place. But he did it. Definitely don't need other people's badges. Badges? Or baggages? Baggage? There's baggage? The divine is nature and the universe. What's divine about that? Because I thought usually when people talk about the divine, they're specifically talking about not what is nature. So going like God is the universe and the universe is God. Same, but different. But same. What is that from? What is that from? And if I didn't know you as well, I would fucking tear you apart for this shit. But you know exactly what you're doing. John, so that's exactly the way I feel at times. Guamtech, a way to word that perfectly. So we have a slight overlap in these wildly different ideas of God and divine and spirit and supernatural. There's a slight overlap. So maybe he has a general idea of what it is that you actually mean, but probably not, because all of those words have a meaning in his mind. And they are very, 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 very likely to be different than the ideas that those words elicit in Guamtech's mind.
All philosophers have. It in itself is a deliberate, chosen way to live, no matter what kind.
Yes. Shout out to the interview. Oh, great movie.
Have. It in itself is a deliberate, chosen way to live, no matter what kind of philosophy they prefer. Some philosophers are theists and others are atheists. They're dualists and materialists, utilitarians and Kantians, libertarians and determinists. Some devote their lives to studying philosophy and teaching it to others, but there are also plenty of lay philosophers out there with different careers who practice philosophy every day.
Oh, come on. What? Oh.
Not as a paying.
We are different people. We speak different languages. Huh? We have different faces, but inside we are same, but different. But still same.
All right. Any more than that, they're going to fucking claim the whole 4 hours. The whole 4 hours. Great callback. Great callback.
They philosophers out there with different careers who practice philosophy every day, not as a paying profession, but simply as a way of living whatever life they have chosen. You can see the philosopher and authors like Douglas Adams and Terry Pratchett in the movies of Christopher Nolan and the
Hey, both of those we just brought up, the movies of Christopher Nolan being Inception, and of course, you take the blue pill. You go back, you wake up, and everything is the same. You take the red pill. I wish I knew the line. I was just looking. I was going to say, is it the Wachowski brothers? The Wachowskis. I think 2017. What was it? 2017? Were they sisters or brothers at that time? I don't remember. Either way, but still the same.
You can see the philosopher and authors like Douglas Adams and Terry Pratchett in the movies of Christopher Nolan and the Wachowskis, in the humor of George Carlin and Margaret Cho, and many.
Well, fuck Margaret Cho. She's not fuck Margaret Cho. I mean, she's just very bland. But R.I.P. to Carlin. R.I.P. to Carlin, man.
Other entertainers. But people who practice philosophy are also simply people.
Shout out to Douglas Adams.
People who ask why.
Why?
Who are willing to challenge something that doesn't seem right, to listen to other people's opinions, and to be ever ready to accept new truths if the evidence is there.
Simply people who ask why. Willing to challenge something that doesn't seem right. And listen to other people's opinions. And accept new truths if the evidence is there. John said the Matrix is just a prediction of what AI will do to humans, or what it's already done. Agreed.
These are parents who talk with their kids about why they have to do things rather than just issuing edicts, who even let their children have a hand in decision-making when appropriate. These are enlightened employers and mindful workers. Philosophers actually make good bosses, and they make good employees in whatever profession they choose, because philosophy teaches you to be creative, flexible, and holistic in your vision and thinking.
They also make amazing YouTubers and even better leaders of a community that is vaguely political, but really is just about bringing people together and understanding things better and understanding each other better. Oh, no, that's just me.
To live as a philosopher means to never stop questioning and to never stop striving for truth, to continue working to live better, to know more, and to revise your position based on new evidence. Philosophers are convinced that this is the best way to live a good life. Today, we talked about what it means to live a good life. We learned about the myth of Sisyphus and Robert Nozick's experience machine, and discussed Aristotle's eudaimonistic picture of a good human life, as well as the existentialist's view that we each determine the value of our own lives. Crash Course Philosophy is produced in association with PBS Digital Studios.
We did it! I really wasn't sure how far we would make it with this stuff, but I'm really glad that you guys are interested in this stuff. And again, I forgot this poll is still up. So only slightly, 57% of you said no, I would not live in the Matrix, and I probably would. I don't know. Life sucks here. I don't know. I'm just saying. Maybe if I was making more money, maybe if I had a chick in my life, things would be different. But that's just a conversation for another day or the after party, guys. If you are not a member of this channel, this show is not over. It's just moving to Discord. Head over to Discord and make sure. It's free to join. It's definitely free to join. So if you're not even in the Discord, I don't know what the fuck you're doing. But if you join as a free member, then all you got to do is engage, be in the conversation stuff, and you will gain XP and level up. And if you get to level 15, then you get free access to the entire server. But if you'd like to skip the line, then all you got to do is sign up as a member. Just a little reminder that you can scroll. You can scroll right below this video, or I don't know. I mean, where somebody on you can find it on your phone. I don't know. You get it. And yeah, there are different levels here, depending on how much you love me and how much you want to support me. There's other stuff here. It goes from $2.99 a month. There's $9.99 a month. $44.99 a month, and just like our boy Cody Brooks, the God Daddy, $1.99 a month. So I think it's worth it. We just had somebody who was begging me for access to the other rooms, and then was crying because I gave them that access, but I had to take it away, to be fair to you guys that do actually pay for it. And it's a really good time. It's a really good time, and I'm excited to go see what you guys have to say about this stuff. I want to hear about Guantek's vacation. I want to hear about all of it. So again, guys, make sure you join the Discord. Where are my mods? God damn. Just drop the link there. That is, again, it is absolutely free. It is absolutely free. Again, you can jump the line, but it's absolutely free. So come and hang out with us. Let's go on Guantek. And I'm still liking Philosophy Fridays. It's challenging, but worth the time to learn it. I'm definitely going to go back to re-listen to a lot of it. I don't want to just sound like Destiny when I talk. Would one Philosophy Friday a month be too little and mess anything up? Not at all. Not at all. So that's our first idea. That's so maybe like once a month we'll do something, and that'll give me time to figure out like, okay, find something good instead of just like, we got to talk about philosophy. Let me scramble to find something. Yeah, that is definitely an idea. Yeah, let me know what you guys think. Again, I'm going to do a community tab post about this. And let me know your thoughts there. And we'll close on John, the sponsor of this stream, said thank you. Thanks for your live stream. It was really insightful and fun. Appreciate you always, brother. Appreciate you back. Appreciate you back. Not just because you are the sponsor, but because you're here. Each and every one of you. Each and every one of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. I want to give a big shout out to Sarah Marie for her very, very, very heartfelt messages. Oh, well, this one we came back to. This and there was 2 very heartfelt messages, and I started the wrong other one, but this one I really do appreciate. And of course, we had our Rumble rants from my boy Zippy DSM Lee. Especially one for the cause, getting a new mic. I cannot hear, like, those are 2 different things. Yeah, it still sounds like ish to me. And then Salmarie had her own donations. And I have no idea how much this is in American dollars, but it's the thought that counts. And of course, our boy John! Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. If you are a member, I better see you over in the after party. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. Oh, you are such a sweetheart. You guys are amazing. Again, even this is a free show, so don't think that just because I'm giving extra thanks to the people who are dropping money that you are anything less. This is a free show that is meant to bring people together to talk about interesting stuff. If you decide that that is something that you want to continue and get bigger, then this is going to cost money. Like, it's got to come from somewhere. But it doesn't mean that you got to drop everything. If each of you dropped 1.99 super chat a month, that would change the entire course of this channel. Just put it out there. But to each of you who do that and more, those of you who can't afford that, those of you who are here because you want to try to prove me wrong, whatever reason, it is a Friday night and you can be doing whatever you want. And you're here with me. And that is not lost on me. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Head in that after party. Once again, this is Morty, and I have been your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, we are out of here. Peace.